Welcome into the second day of January 2026. John Kincade here. Andrew Salciunas is recovering from his New Year's Day party. Big shindig that he throws. So Connor's in studio with me. And we both went with we went with Philly goat stuff today.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I got my fly. You got your Eagles. Sean Rodman in for Connor. So we get started on this Friday before Week 18. And you never have any idea what Week 18 is going to be. Connor and I were just talking about it. You never have any idea what Week 18 is going to give you. And Week 18, it's still meaningful, at least to me. It appears to some people it's not. And I purposely have avoided Connor Thomas this week. Not on purpose, because I never want to avoid the positive golden retriever that is Connor Thomas. But I purposely avoided Connor and Andrew this week because after Monday, I didn't want to hear what you had to say knowing that I was going to work today. So I did sleep in a lot, and I didn't want to hear what you had to say about Week 18 because I just want to start it like this. One simple statement. This year is nothing like last year. Last year, if you wanted to put your feet up in Week 18, you wanted to rest all the starters, and you wanted to rest Saquon, when, by the way, Saquon Barkley wanted to play in what was a meaningless game. Last year, meaningless game. You had nothing to play for. You couldn't improve your stead in life. I totally got it. This year, I do not. This year's team as a 3 seed is not last year's team. This year's team is not as accomplished. This year's team has not played, I would say, not even 70% as well as last year's team, despite the fact that they're 11-5. So to me, this is nothing like last year. And in my opinion, the decision to just punt on Week 18 for a variety of reasons, to me, does not make sense.
I understand where you're coming from. If I was the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, Jalen Hurts would be playing quarterback on Sunday. But I also understand why they made the decision, because I think the number one issue with this team has been coaching on the offensive side of the ball all year long. Whatever that means to you, whether that's Nick Sirianni, Kevin Patullo, who you want to put that on. But coaching has been deficient on the offensive side. But the 1B thing has been health. The offensive line's been banged up basically since the playoff run last year. And you've had guys in and out of the lineup when it comes to the team in general. And at this point, if you can get to your healthiest point since the bye week, when you followed that up with taking down Green Bay on the road in Lambeau and taking down the Detroit Lions, both at the time teams in playoff position, if you can get to another type of health standing where you're as close to that team as possible. I know the offense didn't look great.
No, the offense looked terrible.
But you were able to win 2 playoff caliber games, one of them on a road in a tough place to play. So I think the benefit of rest over the potential benefit of playing a coin flip game where you need help from Chicago, I would hate to see the moot point game where you try your hardest, you get some guys banged up, and the next thing you know, it doesn't matter.
Mini bye weeks, did they help? Did they help the offensive line? I mean, do you believe that putting out after the big bye week, did it help you to put up 26 points the next 2 weeks?
It did not.
Can someone point to the offense and go, well, the offense really took off from the rest? Rest to me is such a nebulous term. Mm-hmm. And last year, when the team had nothing to play for in Week 18, you had team leaders like even Jordan Mailata, even a Saquon Barkley, that wanted to play in a game that meant nothing.
Yeah.
So what about this year? This game means something. I have 3 questions today. And if people could explain to me the answers to 3 questions and could make me believe them, and so Connor and Sean Rodman are going to have it on their shoulders, plus all of our texters at 610-632-0975, and callers, too, who want to check into Nate the Haircut is here early, and we appreciate Nate being here, to get in here and take some calls. If you can answer these questions for me, maybe someone can win me over to that. Because, Connor, you said it. if you were the coach of the Eagles, the starters would play.
Yeah, but I'm also the guy
Till the game was in hand, right?
Yeah, not like if you're up
Right.
20 or whatever in the fourth quarter, they're coming out. But I'm also the guy who said run it up. The 2-point conversion didn't bother me against Washington. I'm a pedal down guy the whole way. So I don't know that it's the most wise decision for a team. Here's what I revert back to when I think about this. If they get the 2 seed and lose a valuable player on offense, I don't want to jinx it, so I'm not going to pick a name. But
sure,
are their chances better or worse? I think they're worse off as the 2 seed without a valuable player than they would be as the 3 seed, guaranteeing that one of the most healthy teams in football remains that way for the postseason.
Okay, so there we get to one of the questions that I've got for you, but it's not the question. It's just is sort of where I'm asking you. The Eagles last night on SportsCenter, on the early SportsCenter, were listed as the healthiest team going into the playoffs of the 14 teams that are going to be invited. And they even took into consideration the 2 teams we don't know out of Pittsburgh and Baltimore, and the 2 teams we don't know in the AFC. So really, they took 16 teams into consideration. And they asked the ESPN stats and information to look at things, and they thought the Eagles are the healthiest team going into the playoffs. Has it helped? The Eagles are the healthiest team in December. The Eagles are the healthiest team in December. Has it helped?
Record-wise, when you look at the overall course of the season, no, it hasn't helped with the offense. And that's why, to me, coaching is still the number one issue. But I also don't think that we're going to – let's say the starters were playing. I'm past the point where I expect Kevin Patullo and Nick Sirianni to just, Week 18 against the Commanders, eureka. This is how you run an offense. I don't think they were going to learn anything.
All right, here's first question that Connor's going to have posed to him. And look, I'm looking at the YouTube cameras. I'm speaking through your radio right now. If you're somebody who's working today and you're driving in, this first question goes to you too. So you can text us at 610-632-0975. You can even call in if you wanted to try to get an answer in. You got to try to convince me. Okay, this team, with its full starters playing, was losing to the Washington Commanders 2 weeks ago in the third quarter, 5 minutes in. But I keep having people on social media, including 18, and yes, Nerd Boy counted last night, 18 people who responded to me saying how easily the Eagles' backups and Tanner McKee could beat the Commanders. 2 weeks ago, in the third quarter, the Eagles' full complement of rested starters, the healthiest team, was losing to this Commanders team 5 minutes into the third quarter. So why is everyone telling me, Tanner McKee and the Eagles backups can so easily beat the Commanders? Because just 2 weeks ago, the Eagles starters were somehow losing to this team. And by the way, Dan Quinn, he wants to win. He wants to come here and win.
I'm sure he does. I question how much his players do. We're going to talk to Bram, who always joins us.
Bram
when the Eagles play
Weinstein
the
will join us.
And we'll see what the vibe is. But with the coach comments, Dan Quinn, I'm sure, wants this game as much as anything. I don't know how much the players, after losing to the Eagles in Week 16, losing at home on Christmas to the Dallas Cowboys, come into this game at the link and say, hey, we're going to put our best foot forward. I really think this is a mail-it-in game for
You don't
Washington.
think last year's NFC title game resounds with that team when he's going to play his starters?
I think that feels very far away for a team currently sitting at 4 wins. I think it's very hard for them, even with the spite from that matchup, where they can muster up enough. Now, I'm not one of the people saying guaranteed win for the Eagles' backups. I don't think that's an easy task, which is why this is a great conversation. But I do think that this Commanders team is as dead as you can expect any team to be at this point in the year.
I got more logical questions, but I want some answers. I thought Connor did a good job there sort of saying he believes maybe the Commanders are going to pack it in. I think you're going to get a Commanders team that would just love to sort of make some sort of a statement, whatever it is. So I got more questions I believe cannot be answered logically. So I'm going in with that premise. You may shock me. Connor may shock me. And maybe Rodman can, too. We need your thoughts, too, at 610-632-0975. Questions 2 and 3 are coming your way, too. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas enjoying a day of rest before we get rolling next week, as it'll be a postseason week here on Kincade and Salciunas on 97.5 The Fanatic. We appreciate you getting in early with us on this Friday morning. It's a football Friday on the Fanatic, and it's brought to you by Norristown Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram. Drive into great deals at the sales event at Norristown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and get wicked good deals all month long on Chryslers, Dodge, Jeeps, and Rams. Visit NorristownChryslerDodge.com. I know that Bill Colarulo did such a purchase, which works well for him. Hey, I asked the question. So if anybody can explain to me the logic, because that's what I'm looking for. And I think it's the logic of the rest. Because SportsCenter last night had all of the, well, it was the of the teams. They actually had the 14 teams that are currently in playoff position, and then they added two more that could be because of the fact that you have the Pittsburgh-Baltimore game as a play and get in, and the Tampa Bay game with Carolina as play and get in. And it was the idea of who's the healthiest. And they have Stefania Bell, I guess, is like their health advocate.
Health expert.
Whatever.
Okay.
And so the Eagles are the healthiest. And the Eagles have been the healthiest for more than a month. They tracked this. The Eagles have been the healthiest for more than a month. So may I ask you, the Eagles are 3-3 in their last 6 games. So can I ask you, what has health meant for the Eagles? The Eagles have been the healthiest team, according to ESPN, for more than a month. They tracked it since Thanksgiving. So they're considered the team that is trending the healthiest.
Right.
Most starters available, most from the beginning of the year, most starters and everything. So what has health meant to the Eagles? So when I'm hearing about this, well, you got to have good health going into the playoffs. Eagles you got to be healthy. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, the tough thing with this argument, and you said it in the opening segment, this is a nebulous type of conversation. Health is very hard to define. It's not binary. It's not healthy or not healthy. There's a sliding scale. So if they use who's available,
right?
Sure, the Eagles look like they've been really healthy. If they look at who's dealing with something, and we don't know that, like even maybe inside the locker room, reporters may not truly know what guys are dealing with because, like a lot of athletes keep that up. You look at it and say, okay, the Eagles have a lot of guys available, but are those available players currently feeling their best? And I don't think a week is going to get them to their best, but like you look at Cam Jurgens, he's been available all year. He has not been playing well. Even though he's a Pro Bowler, could he benefit? Jordan Mailata, he has not looked good. Has he just forgotten how to play football, or could he benefit from having another week off? So that's where I'd contend with the idea that the Eagles have been healthy. I don't know what guys are dealing with that they're playing through. And could a week off get them to a point where they're a little bit better?
Sean Rodman joins us as he's in Connor's chair this morning. So, Rodmania, I ask, if the Eagles have been the healthiest team in the NFL with most starters available from the beginning of the year and things like that since Thanksgiving, they're 3-3 in their last 6. So when I hear people talk about, well, the Eagles need rest and got to have the most rested team, healthy team, they've been healthy for a month and a half, and it's meant nothing. They're 3-3.
Well, to kind of combat that a little bit, one, Lane Johnson's been out of that for the most of that time as well. And their record without Lane Johnson all time is 18-26. So they've gone 3-3 in that stretch right now. And sure, that's really good. But when Lane Johnson doesn't play, that's for one. I want especially him to be rested. And I think most people can agree, especially with how good he is. And I think most people could think that he could wake up out of his sleep and play the next day. Then when you look at the defense, though, I would want some of the defense to rest as well, because we saw like Quinyon Mitchell, for instance, miss a half during this year. And that secondary goes from good to horrendous in a split second. You already have an injury, now 2 injuries at the safety position too, with Epps picking up a concussion. I'm fine with these guys resting. I want everybody going into the playoffs healthy. I know it's a 2 versus 3 seed. Sure, do I kind of want to go for the 2 seed? Yeah, but I'd rather prioritize health over going for a higher seed, because you're probably going to have to beat those teams anyway.
So if you want to get in with us, 610-632-0975, be sure to text in. Obviously, the same number you call in is the number you text in on. And get your thoughts on just that initial question there. Because the Eagles have been the healthiest team. And it's meant nothing to me. Like, really, to me, it's meant nothing. Now, I love 2 arguments that you made. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to give you guys points where you say, okay, you moved me a little on my position. One where Connor moved me is there is a sliding scale on health. And I don't think any of you guys know it as much as I do. It's
Yeah.
there's a sliding scale of, oh, John, you're feeling good? Yeah, I'm feeling good. And then the next week I could say, no, I'm feeling good. There's a difference. I get it. So there's a difference between someone can tell you they're feeling good, and then they can really be feeling good.
You can always feel better.
Right. And so I get that. Maybe that helps. Rodman, your point of 18 and 26 without Lane Johnson, I think that really does ring home the most to me about that.
Yeah,
is that I don't want Lane Johnson playing either way, though.
Mm-hmm.
So it's sort of, I was never going to have Lane Johnson play this week.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Lane is very important, but you could have played the starters and just sat Lane. They did that against Buffalo.
Right.
Adam Schefter told us this week, Lane could have played.
He could have.
But there's no reason to really chance it with him.
Now, did Adam say to you because of the playing service?
No, he didn't really bring up playing surface. It was more just you don't need to push it.
Little whispers to me were the minute the Eagles saw the weather forecast before they ever even left for Buffalo, that the decision was made that Lane was not touching the field.
Yeah, and that's smart. I mean,
They were not going to have Lane with that foot injury touch that field. That if it had been a dry surface, if they had known it was going to be a dry, cold game, he maybe would have played.
dude, Brandon Graham rolled off the couch, learned a different position, and got 2 sacks and 7 snaps earlier this year. You don't need Lane to play. Lane's going to be just fine.
No.
so-
We're not worried about Lane. I think those things sort of move me. Those things can sort of move me a little bit of position on this question. I got another question for you I'm going to set up before we head you out. It is not a crazy stretch to think Detroit could upset the Bears. Every single year in Week 18, you see teams that are playing for something get upset. There are usually multiple examples every single year of teams that are playing for something that end up getting beaten by teams that are not playing for something. And if you throw into the fact that Chicago has Detroit's former offensive coordinator as their head coach, and you have the rivalry with Dan Campbell and former players maybe wanting to make a statement, Dan Campbell playing his starters in that game, it's not a stretch to think Detroit could upset the Bears. So I'm going to ask you this. If the Eagles play their backups and lose to the Commanders, and then Detroit wins, I'm asking everyone in the audience, you mean to tell me Monday you're going to come in here and say you're okay with it? You're going to say, oh, no, I'm fine. I wanted that rest over what could have been an easy 2 seed. Because I'm going to tell you, if you say yes to me, you're lying. Now it's up to maybe Connor and Rodman to make the case. This might be an impossible case to make. 610-632-0975. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A few Eagles added to the injury report. I'm Sean Rodman, and the good news is the Eagles will be resting most of its starters on Sunday, so these new guys to the report will get another week of rest. Jalen Carter did not practice yesterday with a hip injury after he was not listed on the practice report on Wednesday's practice. Marcus Epps is in concussion protocol following practice yesterday. Marcus Epps reported symptoms to the team's medical staff, and the team confirmed he is dealing with a concussion. The Eagles have activated rookie tackle from injury reserve, I should say, as well, Cameron Williams. The voice of the Commanders, Bram Weinstein, will be joining us around 9:10 to preview Sunday's finale. And the Sixers beat the Mavs last night behind Maxi's near triple-double, although it was Edgecombe with the highlight of the night.
On the run, Hardy. VJ goes up and blocked it. Not with one hand, but with two. VJ Edgecombe, one of the most spectacular defensive plays you'll ever see.
Sixers are back in action tomorrow night after their win last night to finish up its road trip against the Knicks. Flyers are also back in action tomorrow afternoon on the road in Edmonton. You can listen to both games right here on 97.5 The Fanatic tomorrow. And this update is brought to you by Mattress Firm. Mattress Firm's once-a-year sale and clearance is here. Their sleep experts will help find your dream bed from a quality selection. They make sleep easy. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hopefully your Friday morning is going well. Have you lost all track of time is the question. I know that day of the week is lost on me right now. I was in Monday, now I'm in today, and the other day I had no idea it was a Wednesday. I just really don't have any.
It's that time of the year, right
Yeah,
around New Year's, where you just I don't know, time's relative.
But next week we begin postseason Birds Run, so don't miss a minute of it. All the shows will be back, everything will be going, and you don't want to miss a minute of it here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Connor's in for Andrew this morning, and Rodman in for Connor, and we got everything going on, so we appreciate the YouTube audience for those who have gotten up early with us this morning. And as you round out maybe your Christmas vacation for some people, we appreciate you getting in with us this morning. Asked a couple questions to get started this morning, and trying to get an idea from you, I asked the first question. I can't believe, and by the way, Dork Boy had a little time yesterday. The college football games weren't that great.
No.
So except for the late night one was. Don't tell me how easily the Eagles backups can beat the Commanders. When the Eagles starters were losing to the Commanders 5 minutes into the third quarter just like 2 weeks ago. So when I had 18 people respond to me going, Tanner McKee and the Eagles backups can beat the Commanders. Really? You must have missed the Eagles and the Commanders just 2 weeks ago. You must have missed that game. Let's see. Not Dennis Rodman, Sean Rodman. What do we got on the text line this morning?
All right, let's check in with our friend here. He says, with the healthy teams is being deemed as having the healthiest team is relative term. If every other team has 10 injured players and we have 9, that would still cause us to be considered as the healthiest team. We still have injuries and are not 100%.
But we don't have 9 injured players. That's the thing.
Yeah,
we don't.
It's a fair point in that hypothetical scenario, but there are other healthy teams out there.
Our injured list is very small for a January team.
Yeah, I get what the texter's saying, but that is more. I think they're trying to make the point that it's not. It's a sliding scale of health. So.
But then what you're trying to tell me is, oh no, John, I know something. I know something here. They're much more banged up than you think they are. Well, I'm not trying to play Billy Big Balls, but I think I know enough, and I think I know enough people that are telling me enough. The Eagles are not some walking wounded team going into the playoffs, but I will tell you this, and I've said it before in the air. I think at the end of the year, we're going to find out how beat up this offensive line was.
I'll say I want them to be healthy. We better find out, because if all of a sudden we just lost the best offensive line in football and there's no explanation for it other than maybe the scheme wasn't great, that's not good enough to explain where they've been this year.
I would say this. Do you believe that all of a sudden we have an offensive line coach that doesn't know what he's doing?
No.
Exactly. Do you think all of a sudden we have a center that doesn't know how to play the position? He's not Jason Kelce.
No.
But Cam Jurgens has played center at a fairly high level. I would say he has played it at a good to very good level since he's taken over for Kelce. Good to very good.
Yeah, I think the Jurgens thing has been overstated in his time here in Philly. People look at him like an all-pro because he was the guy that was scouted by Jason Kelce.
Exactly.
And 62 made the center position sexy here in Philadelphia. But Cam Jurgens is a good player. He's not an all-pro level player.
No, but he's a good player.
He's better than what he's been this year.
Right, he's been better than he's been. I also believe we're going to find out that Landon Dickerson's going to probably do a little cleanup on aisle 5.
I mean, he's been hurt.
At the end of the year.
Oh, he's been
hurt
surgery and everything.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Roddy, we got anything else?
Yeah, one more. We've Ryan from the Northeast saying, I'm sorry, but the Eagles should be fine in this game, backups or not. They got a 39-year-old Josh Johnson starting at quarterback, and I get we struggled in Washington a couple weeks ago, but the first half, look at the final of that game. If we would have been even worse if Missy Elliott didn't miss a field goal.
But it's our starters that played in that game. That is what I say to that texter, and I appreciate him texting in, but that's our starters. You don't know anything about the backups. You know nothing about them.
Here's something we do know, and I think this is where it's coming from some people.
Okay.
And I'm more with you on this idea that, the backups are just going to waltz in and beat Washington. No, I do think there will be points in this game where it's close early. But when I look at the Tanner McKee-led offense, and Andrew DeCecco was in with us for all 4 hours, he brought this up. It's going to look different. They're going to do different things. They're going to throw the ball significantly more. I think there may just be a group of the fan base that's like, oh, Well, they're going to throw it more. It's going to look more like the offense we want the Eagles to run if you're not really a huge Jalen Hurts fan, and maybe that gives people more confidence than they should have.
All right, now I put it to what was great is during the break, and you guys don't see this, we've actually attached a lie detector to, I guess they call it a polygraph. My cousin is actually like a polygraph expert with Lower Merion Police. So, shout out to my cuz. So we've got Connor and we've got Rodman hooked up to polygraph because I'm going to get real answers out of them here. And I'm going to be able to tell. With Connor, I could tell. If he in any way tried to lie to me, I could tell. We've worked together long enough. If the Eagles play their backups and Washington beats them, 27-24, the Eagles lose a game playing their backups. And then a crazy fourth quarter happens and Detroit beats Chicago. I want you to tell me, you okay with it on Monday?
I am. I absolutely am. And here's why. So we're going to talk about, you're going to want to hear this later, when we take a look at the Rams, because you have some interesting stuff on who the Rams really are as a football team.
And it's not set that it's the Rams, but it looks like it could very well be the Rams.
I think that's the team everyone's afraid of. And that's something we're going to dive into throughout the show. Like, what's the need for the 2 seed is the main thing avoiding the Rams.
And a second home game.
Exactly. Now, if you are most worried about the Rams or X team that you're trying to avoid by trying to move up to the 2 seed, there's an argument to be made that the best time to play the best team you could face would be coming off of a week of rest in the first round. There's no guarantee that if you play them in the second round, you're going to be healthier for that. We saw Nakobe Dean
played them in the second round last year.
Right, but you saw Nakobe Dean go down against the Packers. Now,
correct.
That Eagles team was unbelievable, so, hey, we roll.
Sure.
But if guys get banged up in the first round, and then you get a home game.
I mean, Matthew Stafford was in the red zone with the ball in his hand with a chance to beat them.
That was a tight game. So I think if you're looking at a first-round opponent and you're like, I don't like that team, whether it's San Fran, the Rams, Seattle, whatever, there may be an argument that resting and getting them early is the better chance for you to win that game.
Rodman, remember, I can tell if you're lying. Detroit, are you, by the way, are you an advocate of the rest?
I am. I'm an advocate of the rest.
Okay. So Eagles lose a tight game to the Commanders. And then Detroit somehow upsets the Bears. And we come in here Monday. The Eagles blew a chance to have the 2 seed, have 2 home games, and play the Packers. Are you okay with it? How you going to spin that on Monday to me when I see you?
I'm okay with it because I'm still advocating for the rest. I think that this team is better when they are rested and healthy, and I don't want to take any risk at injury, especially anyone to that defense. The offense, sure. I mean, I think at some points of defense you can make up for it. At other positions, you cannot.
Okay, you said the risk of injury. So you said it.
Yes.
You did not.
No.
Okay. I take issue with that because everything about this year, to me, has been so passive about a Super Bowl champion. About Nick Sirianni and the messaging and everything has been so freaking passive. It drives me crazy.
You want to see him go for something. Like, you want to see him put it out on the table and say, yo, hey, we're the Eagles.
We're the Eagles.
Let's go get what we deserve with the 2 seed.
We're the champions. We're kicking the door down.
I get
We're
that.
the champs. We're not here worried. Ooh, someone could get hurt. I hate that.
Yeah.
I hate the mentality. You're the freaking champions. I waited my whole life to see this team. And we're playing passive. We're playing possum. We're worried. Ooh, someone could get hurt. On a perfect playing conditions field, by the way. Perfect conditions on Sunday. No weather, no nothing to worry about. It drives me crazy.
I think that's your strongest argument for wanting to see the guys play. Because I don't know how much better the path is from the 2 seed to the 3 seed.
Well, yes, you do. 2 home games you absolutely know 2 home games. Under Nick Sirianni, you've never lost a home playoff game.
It's guaranteed there, but it's not guaranteed if you're the 3. This is a wild NFC playoff picture.
It is.
So you can still get that. It's not that
but you need
can't.
help to get it.
You would need help, and someone would have to fall off in the first round. But I think the strongest argument is that mentality thing. What does it say about where the Eagles are that they feel comfortable enough to do this? And that could have some people upset, and I understand that.
Got to hear from you, 610-632-0975. If you want to get a call in, maybe we'll take a good call, but your texts are welcome. If you think you can give me an answer on that one, you tell me you're going to be okay with it. If the Eagles' backups lose, and then Detroit pulls an upset. You're fine with it? Because I'm going to tell you, I think most people would be big-time liars. Liar, liar, pants on fire. All right, coming up. Something I heard from an Eagles coach earlier in the week, I'm sure Connor's already reacted to it. Drove me crazy. And it makes me more nervous about their chances to win in January. John Kincade, Andrew with the day off. It's Kincade and Salciunas on 97.5 The Fanatic. January 2nd, if you have to adjust your clocks or otherwise. Monday, it'll be a big day as Kincade and Salciunas gets rolling. Andrew will be back. We will be getting ready for the start of the postseason for the Birds. And last January, well, it rolled into Valentine's Day before we finally put a big bow on an Eagles Super Bowl season. I hope we can get another good 7 weeks of football.
That'd be nice.
Out of this team. That would be absolutely fantastic. I can't say that I had somebody yesterday ask me if I was confident. So we went out We went out yesterday. We were at Manella's Diner, which is, by the way, a great spot over there on Route 30. Great spot. Good. It's always, my friend Father Casey says it's always Good Friday at Manella's. So we went to Manella's for a little lunch yesterday. And a gentleman says to me, he says, how confident are you that they're going to win the Super Bowl? I said, confident? Not. I said, can they? Sure. Confident? Not.
Yeah, last year we rolled in. It felt like everybody in the city was just like,
I
hey,
was confident.
we're going to win this thing. And we got there sooner on this show than a lot of people did in the fan base. But everyone got to that point where it's just like, this team's just unbelievable. This year, you can't roll in and be like, hey, I expect another parade.
Sure, exactly.
Or even I expect them to be playing in February.
I expect that. I said to him, he goes, well, what are you confident about? I said, I'm confident that the Eagles will play divisional playoff weekend right now, that they're going to win their first home playoff game. I said, I believe they're going to win that game, and I don't care who rolls in here. I think they're going to win that game.
I'm not even there, only because if you match up with the Rams and that team comes to the link, I saw last year in the worst possible weather conditions, they played you really damn tight. And I think they're better this year than they were last year, that Rams team, depending on where the health of Devontae Adams is. He's a big-time help for them. I could see the Eagles lose. That's going to be a dogfight.
I'm going to make you feel a little bit better, hopefully, about that little matchup coming up a little bit later on in the show.
Sounds good.
So that'll feel good about that. So, Rod Mania, do we have any others checking in on the text line or otherwise wanting to voice their opinion on the second question especially? If the Eagles somehow lost to the Commanders playing their backups, which, by the way, they were losing to the Commanders playing their starters in the third quarter just 2 weeks ago. So don't just assume that the Eagles backups can beat the team when they're going to play their starters. We'll talk to Bram Weinstein. Maybe he'll have some information with us. He's been at practice this week. He'll have some information with us, the latest coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. What do we got?
So Matt from Delco doesn't say it, but he's alluding towards that resting his starters. He says the Packers beat the Bears in the wild card round, and the Eagles get a second home game anyway.
That would be great. And by the way, I am absolutely of the belief that the Packers could upset the Bears.
I'm not. I think that Packers team is very much like on their last legs, and the injuries, even though they're resting as well because they're locked into the 7th seed, that team feels dead in the water to me. I hope. That'd be nice, but that's another argument in favor of why they should potentially be going after the 2 seed.
Anybody else, Sean, that we need to hear from?
Well, real quick on that Packers thing.
Absolutely.
Right now, FanDuel has the odds for that round. The Packers would be favorite of -1.5 over the Bears.
That's wild to me.
Okay. You saw the game. I don't know how much you watched it because, I'm a older married man who was, we had been to 4:30 Mass, had been to dinner, had been to Christina's reading a book, reading a Kindle, and I'm watching Bears-Packers, like, intently. You might have been out, meeting young ladies.
I saw a little bit of it.
Okay, I watched a lot of it. The Packers dominated the Bears that night. They dominated them and blew it in the fourth quarter. They absolutely blew that game in the fourth quarter. They had dominated that game. And it took a miracle. It didn't feel like the Eagles coming back and beating the Rams, where in the second half, the Eagles when they fell behind 26-7, then all of a sudden, all the momentum just went to the Eagles. It took a miracle for the Bears to beat the Packers, and they got it.
Yeah, absolutely. My biggest worry in that game is if the Bears do beat the Packers, I think we now have 2 teams we got to worry about in the NFC playoff picture, the Rams, and then the Bears become a viable Super Bowl team the second they knock off Green Bay, because that's proof of concept of Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams being able to play at that level, which if you have doubts about that with Caleb Williams, I think that's totally fair as well. It'll be the first round's going to be awesome.
Oh, it's going to be awesome. Now, here's what I would say to you on the Packers, though. And, Rodman, you seem like you got a little thoughts on the Packers, too. I'll get it here. But a chance to host the beat-up Packers. This is the last thing I've got for you on this resting the starters thing. A chance to get the 2 seed, which guarantees you 2 home games as long as you win your first one. And your first one is going to be against the beat-up Packers, who you've beaten 3 times in the past 16 months. And you get to play them at home, to me, is worth any risk. That's worth any risk at all that anybody can say to me, well, somebody could get hurt. That is worth any risk at all. A chance to play a Packers team that has had their best player on defense fall down to injury, is beat up across their wide receiver core, and you get a chance to play them at home in your first playoff game and win that game, you're guaranteed another home game. That's worth any risk of, oh my, we may get a boo-boo. I don't understand the coaching scared. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I really don't. It drives me crazy. You are the Super Bowl champs, and you're coaching scared.
There's just so many guys you can't lose. And not just on the offensive side of the ball. Sean brought up the defense as well. Like, I can list you out 7 or 8 guys that if the Eagles were to lose them in Week 18 in a game that may not matter if Chicago wins, their chances of the Super Bowl are absolutely gone.
Sure.
And I can't take that risk.
What about you, Sean? You seem to have a thought, or I was sensing on the Packers.
Well, okay, I agree with you. The Packers, the Packers are almost limping in with their injuries. Now, Jordan Love should be back by then. And,
he's going to be back.
I agree with you. The Packers would be the team I would want to face if I had the opportunity. But with the Eagles, I'm still with the Eagles resting because if you're saying that they're playing scared by resting them but not getting injured, doesn't that also, I feel like that shows confidence in the team that it doesn't matter who we play in the playoffs, we're going to go out and beat everybody.
All right, but do you not choose the best path when you can have it? I've heard Nick Sirianni talk about playing in South Philadelphia and what it is. Does anybody think that the Eagles playing 3 home games last year isn't what got them to the Super Bowl?
See,
Detroit getting upset.
It's very hard to look at it hindsight because where I'm at now with the 24-25 Eagles is that team would have beaten any team, anywhere, any day.
That they were just that
a
wagon, as you would say.
But that doesn't exist with this year's team because this is not the 24-25 Eagles. They are certainly significantly hampered, and part of that is the coaching.
All right, I'm going to get you to what I heard from an Eagles coach earlier in the week. Sorry, I didn't get that to you earlier because I can't wait to hear what Connor had to say. And then you can also tell me what Andrew had to say about it because I did not hear what he had to say. But also, I want to know who we're rooting for on Saturday because there are 2 games. There are 2 different games that are going to determine a lot for potentially the Eagles' path. Thanks for hanging out with us on this January 2nd Friday. It's Kincade Salciunas on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Few Eagles added to the injury report. I'm Sean Rodman. Good news is the Eagles will be resting most of its starters on Sunday. Bad news is Jalen Carter did not practice yesterday with a hip injury after he was not listed on the practice report on Wednesday. Marcus Epps is in concussion protocol as well. Following practice yesterday, Marcus Epps reported symptoms to the team's medical staff, and the team confirmed he is dealing with a concussion. The Eagles have activated a rookie tackle from the injury report to the 53-man roster, I should say, and that is Cameron Williams. The voice of the Commanders, Bram Weinstein, will be joining us around 9:10 to preview Sunday's season finale against the Commanders. And the Sixers beat the Mavs last night behind Maxi's near triple-double, although it was Edgecombe with the highlight of the night.
On the run, Hardy. VJ goes up and blocked it. Not with one hand, but with 2. VJ Edgecombe, one of the most spectacular defensive plays you'll ever see.
Sixers are back in action tomorrow night to finish up its road trip against the Knicks. Flyers are also back in action tomorrow afternoon on the road in Edmonton. You can listen to both those games right here on 97.5 The Fanatic tomorrow. And I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Morning is being spent with Kincade and Salciunas on 97.5 The Fanatic. Andrew, he is up. He sent his picks in. We'll have our picks segment, thanks to Bet Parks, coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. So he has sent his picks in, so he is awake. He's probably done the dishes and got that going, so it's great that is going. I purposely did not listen to much of Connor and Andrew earlier in the week, but I want to get to the audio that was, I'm sure you guys played it, I'm going to say it, and I want to hear what Connor says, how you guys positioned it. Kevin Patullo's press conference the other day, to me, was arguably the worst press conference that I've ever heard from a coach explaining strategy. And I mean that like ever. I say ever, and I don't feel like I'm being hyperbolic.
It's up there. It's certainly up there. I don't have everything, and obviously you have more experience listening to press conferences than I do.
You're saying
but
I'm old then?
Yeah,
Okay,
just a little bit.
Got it, yeah.
Hey,
he said just a little bit.
Another year as of recently.
Yeah, it just rolled over.
But it's hard to make the argument that was anything but terrible.
Just in case you missed it earlier in the week or you weren't listening, Kevin Patullo talked about that little first down thing that's been bothering them after last week.
The amount of drives we had and plays and some of the starting positions, it was the first down thing again. We had 4 drives where we had inefficient first downs, put us in 4 second and longs. And then from that, we were in 3 third and longs. And, when you're doing that, when that's happening, it's going to be very hard to move the ball. And that's the unfortunate part of it. We had the one backed up drive from -1. We have to get it out. We ran again on second down. We didn't get much. And then third down, we had some pressure, and that was a punt. And so when you look at those drives, it gets frustrating because we need one play. All we need is one spark, one thing to get those things going, and we're out of it.
It's the first down thing again. It's the first down thing again. It's week. You just played your 16th game. Your 16th game. And you keep putting yourself, your offense keeps putting itself behind the sticks. And as Dan Orlovsky, trading some information with Dan Orlovsky, because the predictability of this offense is just ridiculous. It's the first down thing again. My mind, I wasn't even trying to work this week or do anything, my mind was blown. And I don't know what you and Andrew had to say about it, so Connor.
We were not happy. Andrew was obviously fired up, saying what he's been saying all year, that this guy is not good enough to be taking care of the Eagles' offense. And I know you feel that same way. And my thing with that comment from Patullo, it doesn't bother me as much as it bothered Andrew and it's bothering you, because I've given up on him figuring this out since like the start of December.
So you've turned the page sort of mentally that it's going to be different next year.
I don't know, because if the Eagles go to the NFC Championship game, I think there's a strong argument to be made that the continuity is what they're going to bet on. And with Jalen Hurts not having back-to-back offensive coordinators in his NFL career, really. So I don't know that it's a guarantee that he's gone.
I don't think you're out of line or ridiculous for insinuating that that's the case.
Yeah, like
I could absolutely see if they go to the Final Four, them saying, let's keep continuity.
Absolutely, and maybe they're right to do that. But where we sit right now, I've already been so far out on Kevin Patullo and the way he runs this offense that I'm not surprised by anything. That's a bad place to be. So that's more why I'm not having the visceral reaction, and I didn't when I heard that. But it's only because this is what I've come to expect from a guy that doesn't seem to know how to fix the problems the Eagles have faced all year.
Tell me if you had a visceral reaction to this soundbite, which to me, I can't understand it strategically what he is talking about.
I mean, there was a couple plays where we were just running to run it, right? And so we got to do a good job of making sure we put everybody in the best position to do what they need to do, and then we have to execute that play once we get those called. So, some runs are, hey, we're running it no matter what. Some other things have some options off it. It just depends on how the play goes in.
We're just running it to run it. And that is one where I heard Dan Orlovsky. I heard even some of his biggest defenders in the national media that just were like, you can't even say that.
Yeah.
What's going on?
That is Doc Rivers' scheduled loss caliber of clip, where it's just like, dude, maybe you do that at some points, right? End of game situation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're running clock here.
Yeah.
This is going to be a run.
But then, if you're doing it to run clock, you're not running just to run. You're running for the purpose of trying to shorten the game so that your team wins. There should never be a situation where you're doing something for the sake of doing it. At the NFL level, you're not trying to get guys reps. You're trying to run a caliber of offense that could win a Super Bowl this year, and you're just doing stuff because, okay, well, it just feels like it's time to run the ball.
So, logically, you're a little more calm on it. Andrew was a little more animated.
Absolutely. But
That's what I expected.
That one pissed me off.
Okay, good. Okay, so my reaction was in line with you guys?
Yeah.
Pretty much? Okay, good.
But that's the cardinal sin. It's like taking the sack when you have to make sure that the clock is stopping. It's everything in football. You cannot just say we're doing this just for the sake of doing it. There needs to be a reason. I don't care. You know how I am with press conferences.
Right, you put
I don't care if it's a
much
BS
less than
reason.
I do. Right.
Like, you can lie to me, but at least have some type of justification, even if I say that's completely wrong. That's one where you're just like, yeah, I don't have any reasoning for why I'm doing what I'm doing.
You're listening to WPEN and WPEN HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. So, on Kincade and Salciunas, we have to decide a little rooting interest because I don't know. I know with Connor, but I don't know as much with you, Rodmania. I need to know when I sit down to watch a game, I need to have a rooting interest, even if it's week 5. Like, when I watch an NFC-AFC game, I'm always rooting for the AFC team to give the NFC team a loss. But these games tomorrow, the 2 games that are set up tomorrow, early game, Carolina at Tampa, could decide the NFC South champion because you could still have Carolina winning if Atlanta comes out. It's so weird.
I hope that happens. So the scenario is if the Falcons are able to win against the Saints,
right,
then it becomes like that 3-way tie, and then the tiebreaker is the combined record against the other 2 opponents, and Carolina could lose that game and still get in.
Which is just crazy to me.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. So Carolina and Tampa play Saturday early, and then the night game is Seattle at San Francisco. The winner of Seattle at San Francisco is the 1 seed. If Seattle wins the game, okay, if the Seahawks beat San Francisco, a Rams win on Sunday will move them up to the 5 seed and takes them out of the Eagles' path for the time being. They avoid the trip to Philadelphia. I have a couple questions about that one. So first, let's go to the early game. Since we don't know, because of that stupid scenario that's coming about, Carolina at Tampa, you told me something earlier today. You believe the odds makers are telling you something about that game.
The fact that Tampa is giving 3 points in that game with how bad they've looked for the past month and a half is wild to me. And if I'm an average bettor and I see, I can get the Panthers at +3 in that game.
In good weather conditions, it looks like, I believe.
Yeah, they've looked like the better team. So the fact that Vegas is allowing you to have the Buccaneers and giving points.
It seems like a gimme.
Yeah, which is why I feel like they're telling you that Tampa's got a real shot.
Sean, where are you leaning on that one? As far as Tampa and that one. And Tampa has to feel just nuts right now because they can win the game and still lose the division.
I think I'm actually leaning towards Tampa right now because I think the Panthers are a little bit better, and I guess I would rather not see them out of the 2 in the playoffs if you were theoretically to see them, although I don't have a problem with either one of them against the Eagles in the playoffs.
To me, I look at it as this. You don't have any problem. I would rather see Baker Mayfield and Tampa out.
I totally agree.
I think right now that the Panthers just look better, especially defensively.
Okay, so you do. You think – I'm looking at it this way. Bryce Young versus Vic Fangio defense in a playoff game in South Philadelphia if it ever came about. I feel that Baker Mayfield would have a better chance to come into Philadelphia if that ever occurred, that happened. By the way, all that would need to happen with that scenario would be there would just have to be an upset of the Bears would be upset by the Packers. And then let's say Tampa won their first playoff game.
Then they're
Tampa coming in.
And when you look at those 2 rosters, there is no player, both Tampa and Carolina, the number 1 most dangerous player is Baker Mayfield. So I want that guy out.
I'd rather have him out. I worry about – I would like the quarterback path to be the tastiest for Vic Fangio.
Yeah, the interesting thing with Tampa, and I think a big part of the reason why they are giving points in this game, is they have so much more to lose if they're on the outside looking in. Todd Bowles could be out of a job.
Right.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers came into this season as a team some people looked at as a potential Super Bowl caliber team.
I had them as a 2 seed.
And with that, there will be major changes if they're on the outside looking in. If Carolina doesn't make it, everyone down there in Charlotte says, great season. We were close. We're moving in the right direction. If Tampa doesn't make it, it's Armageddon.
Now, Ricky Batalico from Unfiltered checks in with us on text, and he says, it doesn't matter because the Saints are going to lose to the Falcons. I don't know about that.
We'll see.
I don't know about that, Ricky. I don't know. All right, let's go to Saturday night. So, the Seahawks in San Francisco. First of all, let's just deal with it from a football standpoint. Seahawks, San Fran. Who do you believe is going to win the game? If you're just talking about it being who do you believe is going to win the game, not who you want to win, not who you think benefits the Eagles as much. Who do you think is going to win the game? Don't talk about it. Don't think of it any other way. Football standpoint, you're being asked to do the NFL pregame show. You're on TV. You're talking about the matchup. Who do you think's the better team?
Seattle.
So you do think Seattle's a better team?
I think Brock Purdy's been flying so close to the sun. Back-to-back games of 5 touchdowns.
So Icarus is going to melt.
I don't think.
The wings are going to melt.
I think they're perfectly poised for one of those letdown games. And Seattle's defense is a monster. So,
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I feel.
Rodman?
I think that Seattle's going to win the game as well. I think the defense is really good. I don't trust the offensive weapons outside of CMC, really, for the 49ers. I just think the receivers aren't great for them.
Okay, I feel really weird about this. Because now all three of us feel the exact same way about this game. And the San Francisco 49ers are going into a game at home where if they win it, they're the number 1 seed.
Yeah.
Knowing that the Super Bowl is played on their home field, knowing that all they would have to do is win that game, win 2 home games, and then play the Super Bowl at home. Why are we all so freaking confident that Seattle's going in there and winning that game with everything that Seattle has to play for? By the way, Kyle Shanahan, he's a terrible neighbor, as I've told you all. He's a terrible neighbor. Just an awful neighbor. Don't want to live in the same cul-de-sac as him. But as far as a coach, he's brilliant.
Yeah.
Freaking brilliant.
Here's the thing. The motivation of the Super Bowl and having 5 straight potential home games if you're San Francisco is huge. You know what's bigger than that? Seattle is dead if they are not the 1 seed. Because if you got to take Sam Darnold, that offense, on the road multiple times or even once in the NFC postseason picture, they're not making it. They know they got to be the 1 seed if they've got any chance because no one wants to go to Seattle. So there's motivation on both sides. And I just think they've been the better team more consistently over the course of the year.
And by the way, though, it's only, again, if San Francisco wins, they only have to win 3 home games to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's only 3. They have to win 4 home games to win a championship.
Yeah, it'll be 5 going back a couple weeks.
It
but
goes
yes.
back to last week.
Yeah.
We all say without hesitation we think Seattle's winning that game.
But the better option is San Francisco winning that game.
We would want San Francisco to win the game, you say?
Absolutely. Because I don't think.
Okay, tell me why. That gives us the Rams.
The Eagles haven't won in Seattle.
Okay.
And God knows how long.
Okay, but the thing is, that's 2 wins away.
Yeah, but.
And someone else could maybe knock them off. And
That's
you
true.
don't believe in Sam Darnold. So that's what I was waiting to hear from you.
But I believe in that defense at home, and I don't want Seattle to be the 1 seed. I think it's easier for a team to go into San Francisco than it is to Seattle.
Okay, but then that absolutely chooses the Rams for you.
Unless
No, the Rams. No, if San Francisco wins, you get the Rams.
we get Tanner McKee magic and Dan Campbell does us a favor.
Well,
There's still a lot to be figured out.
Well, I mean, it's no. Remember, no. If San Francisco wins, we get the Rams.
Unless you move up to the 2 seed.
Well, unless we move to the 2 seed.
Right, and I told you as well, like, maybe it's good to get the Rams early, coming off a week of rest for the Eagles when the Rams just played a game that means so much to them.
Where do you feel with that? 610-632-0975. You can send along a text if you have a thought on that one. And also, too, if you think who you think's going to win the games is different than who you want to win the games. Because, Connor, you just went differently there.
I
who
went
you
different
want
on both
to win
of
the
them.
games and who you think's going to win the games. You and I are both different on both. So, and are the Rams really that scary? The numbers say not so much. Kincade Salciunas on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia is a sports city full of passionate and knowledgeable fans.
Brought to you by the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the BetParks app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. We've had a interesting, spirited morning this morning on the idea of whether to rest or not. And I would say getting me to investigate gray area of issues, Connor would say would probably be like, it's like sort of beating your head against the wall sometimes.
I'd go more herding cats. It's not painful, but it's difficult.
It's difficult. But I've actually tried this morning, and some little things have gotten me to, how about this? It has not moved me to change my opinion, but has gotten me to better understand those who share your point of view.
How much, let me ask you, do you hear people talk about, yeah, I'm comfortable with rest? Because Sean and I have both said that today.
Right.
How much do you hear that and say, I get it, but I would do something different? Or is it you just totally disagree with the idea of sitting down the starters.
Well, the idea of the nebulous idea of rest, to me, is where I have a problem. The concept of rest. Again, SportsCenter yesterday. The Eagles are considered, of the 16 teams that are still alive to be in this year's postseason field, the Eagles are considered the healthiest of any. So to me, the idea of rest, again, the Eagles are a team that gets rested by their head coach as far as their practice routines and everything. And by the way, it's paid off. Nick Sirianni does a great job on understanding when to push the buttons and when to do. He does a brilliant job on it. But to me, this team hasn't played well enough. Just last week, Jordan Mailata told us before the Bills game. Now, I was only in for one day of it, like the week before. But Jordan Mailata said, this week against the Bills, it's a game we need to play all our starters. This is a standard-setting game. This game's about setting the standard. And we need to set the standard. We need to show who we are and set the standard. Did any standard get set on Sunday?
They're a good first half team. But second half was not good.
Because I got to tell you, and I love Jordan Mailata, and I love his energy, and he has not had the greatest year. He has certainly not been a problem, but he has not been playing to his level, as most of the offensive line has not. But Jordan Mailata then comes with this yesterday, and I don't know if you saw this out of Zach Berman.
I did not.
In The Athletic. Our confidence is through the roof. We know who we are. We know who we have. So heading into the playoffs, it's a chance to prepare our bodies and our mental facilities, a physical and mental rest. We've been here before. We've been doubted before. We had these same questions about us heading into the playoffs last year. Wrong. That's absolutely mythology. That's absolute mythology from Jordan Mailata. That's absolute mythology.
They had questions, but it was different.
We had the same questions about us heading into the playoffs last year. Mythology, that is a false narrative. Come on, Jordan.
Yeah, because last year the questions facing the team were more, can they throw the football if they need to?
Correct. And by the way, they had proven to you in December that when they wanted to, they could.
Yeah, one game's worth, really.
But I mean, they showed you.
They did show you at least once this year.
No, they showed you in the Commanders game in December too. When Hurts went out, before Hurts went out, and then when Hurts got injured.
Well, it was more.
Right.
I think the criticism was more Hurts centric last year. By the time we got to the postseason, so even though they were able to throw the ball with Tanner McKee late in that season, but it's not the same thing. This year, it's the offense as a whole that's being questioned, not just one facet of the way that you attack. And so I'm with you. I understand why that bothers you.
He said, we've been doubted before, and every time we've proven them wrong. Absolutely.
That's fair.
I will absolutely say that statement is fair. But when he says that we had the exact same questions being asked about being doubted us last year, that's mythology.
Yeah.
Like, Jordan, you're trying to do the us against them. You're trying to do like, oh, the media is doubting us.
Yeah.
You're trying to set up the us versus them. That is absolute mythology.
But I'm fine with him doing it.
But it's mythology. It's not true.
Sure. So I'm taking you way, way, way back to like preseason. When we talked about Peyton Manning, that story came out how he used to put like fake articles in to his teammates' lockers saying we're not good enough because they were so good that no one was talking trash on the Indianapolis Colts anymore.
Well, that's not this team, though.
No, it's not. There are legitimate narratives against the Philadelphia Eagles, but I do think that there's still the idea of like, hey, let's try and do that us against them mentality. It works for some teams.
Can I ask you, is the us against them mentality, is the doubt of the Philadelphia Eagles earned?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, it's not the media. The media has not created a narrative against the Eagles that's not earned. They've earned every bit of it.
No, and the fan base feels it too, and nationally people feel it, but you can't allow that to seep into the locker room.
No, I get you. But to sort of put it like we've been doubted before, we have our doubters, and these exact same questions were being asked about us last year, give me a break.
Yeah.
That's not the case.
He's trying to create a familiarity with the situation. It doesn't exist, right? It's not true.
It's not true.
But if you get yourself in that mindset, maybe they feel more comfortable heading into the postseason.
I'm going to tell you why you should feel a lot less scared of the Rams. And Connor and I are going to have this discussion, and we're going to get you involved in it too. And if you've sent in a text to Sean Rodman, we'll check that out at 610-632-0975. Check out some of your texts. It's a spirited Friday morning on Kincade Salciunas. Andrew enjoying a Friday of rest. So he decided to take a rest week 18. He was here yesterday. Kincade Salciunas on the Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A few Eagles added to the injury report. I'm Sean Rodman, and good news is the Eagles will be resting most of its starters for those guys that are now on the injury report. Jalen Carter did not practice yesterday with a hip injury after he was not listed on the practice report on Wednesday's practice. Marcus Epps is now in concussion protocol following practice. Yesterday, Epps reported symptoms to the medical staff, and the team confirmed he is dealing with a concussion. The Eagles have activated rookie tackle Cameron Williams from the injury reserve to the 53-man roster, and the voice of the Commanders, Bram Weinstein, will be joining us at around 9:10 to preview Sunday's season finale. The Sixers beat the Mavs last night behind Maxi's near triple-double, although it was Edgecombe with the highlight of the night.
On the run, Hardy. VJ goes up and blocked it. Not with one hand, but with two. VJ Edgecombe, one of the most spectacular defensive plays you'll ever see.
Sixers are back in action tomorrow night to finish up its road trip against the Knicks. Flyers are also back in action tomorrow afternoon on the road in Edmonton. You can listen to both games right here on 97.5 The Fanatic tomorrow. This update is brought to you by Indeed.com. Stop just hoping the right applicants find your job. Sponsor it on Indeed and match with quality talent. Start in Indeed.com/credit. Again, that's Indeed.com/credit. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Tell you the Football Fridays on the Fanatic are brought to you by Norristown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. You can drive into great deals at Norristown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Wicked good deals all month long on the Chrysler Dodge Jeeps and Rams. Visit NorristownChryslerDodge.com. Make sure that you do that because it is absolutely worth your time. It's worth your time. And I understand Bill Colarulo is tooling around, and he's had no problem driving in the bad weather conditions. Now, this morning, Connor did not navigate any snow.
No, we were chilling in the city.
And I just showed you the ring camera from my house. We have at least probably another maybe half to 3/4 of an inch of snow at my house and on the road this morning, looking at it.
Yeah.
When I left for work this morning, I was like, oh, more snow. Because yesterday morning we had around an inch or so out in Landview. Rodman, you did not have any yesterday?
Oh, no, I did.
Much? Oh, you did?
Yesterday, I went to go start my car, no snow. I went back out to my car, and there was a blanket of white.
I'm telling you.
It was quick. Those snow squalls will get you.
And then today, had it again as well.
Yeah, it is. So be careful out there. If you're out in Chester County, I can tell you that yesterday seemed to catch them by surprise, and today has sort of caught them by surprise again. So just be careful. I don't know if people aren't working or whatever, but just make sure that you do. Chase Senior has got a great follow him on Twitter at Chase Senior. I'll be having lunch with him today in the borough. So
nice.
Be sure to check him. He's a Westchester guy, covers the Eagles too. So follow him on Twitter. Westchester Henderson guy, but I'm going to meet him for lunch today. He was saying, is the idea of the Rams scarier than the actual Rams? And I try to tell you this, is you've beaten the Rams 3 times in the past 15 months, if you're an Eagle. And knowing what we know about the Rams and how they've ended the 2025 season and how they play on the road, what are people freaked out about? So let me look at this for you and what Chase put on social media, and I will retweet this I already did retweet it so you can find it. This season, the Rams lost as 8.5-point favorites at home versus Brock Purdy and the 49ers. It can happen. You can lose a game to Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan has had pretty good luck against McVay.
Especially divisionally. That's one you'd expect it to be tighter.
And they know each other really, really well, Shanahan and McVay. McVay was once under Shanahan, so they know each other. They lost as 10-point favorites on the road at the Panthers.
That was a wild game.
On the road, they lost as 10-point favorites at the Panthers. They lost as 7-point favorites to the Falcons, a team that had already been eliminated on Monday night. And they looked bad doing it. And I keep saying to you, and I even read you things out of the LA Times and things like that, where people who cover the Rams are telling you their defense is not playing like a championship caliber defense. Their defense looked horrendous against the Falcons, and they lost as 7-point favorites. They blew a 26-7 lead at Philly. At Philadelphia, with, in that game, 24 minutes left in the game, they were up by 19 points. And they lost in regulation. They were up by 19 points, and they lost in regulation to the Eagles. They lost leading by 16 in the fourth quarter with less than 8 minutes to go at Seattle. In a game that would have pretty much secured them the 1 seed. All they would have had to do is win the Falcon game or win this week, and they would have been the 1 seed. And they blew a 16-point lead in the fourth quarter at Seattle, at the Eagles, at Seattle, at the Panthers. The Rams aren't the same team on the road. And the Rams are not defensively a team that should really be scaring people. But the question is, what's the Eagles' offense?
That is totally fair. All of those numbers and everything you should look at from their results. Yeah, that's great stuff that should make you feel better about the Eagles' potential matchup with the Rams.
So go on. There's a but in here somewhere.
Yeah, it's coming right now.
That's what my wife is saying. Would always say to me is she goes, okay, I said there's a but. There's a but coming.
I don't really care about any of those numbers. And that is flawed, and that makes me not logical.
Okay, explain to me how you could not care about it.
Because my gut feeling on a Sean McVay-led team with Matt Stafford at quarterback is I'm always going to be scared of that team.
Okay, Scared is when you say scared.
Yeah.
Do you mean more respect? Do you mean more? Are you scared? Meaning
They could knock the Eagles off.
absolutely they could knock the Eagles off.
And
There's no question.
And they're still, to me, the best team in the NFC playoff picture outside of Philadelphia. You can make that debate on either side, how you're feeling. But that's the team I'm number one most scared of. And you can run through the losses they've had this year on me. And it's not so much, oh, the Eagles have had those losses too. It's just the playoffs are different. And I've been trying to fight this fight with Salciunas all week with the whole pedigree conversation. And I know I brought this up when you've been in too.
Okay.
Is that pedigree in the postseason is totally different than pedigree in the regular season.
And I could not agree with you more, and I have not even heard the argument we were making with Andrew.
Yeah, it's
Playoff
just,
pedigree is completely different than regular season.
and the Rams are one of the few teams in this NFC playoff picture this year that also have it, in addition to the Eagles. So your numbers make total sense, and maybe for some people they'll say, yeah, you know what? We are overvaluing the Rams. But I can't change how I feel, and I will still be most nervous about a matchup with Matt Stafford and Sean McVay.
Okay, going into a postseason, do you want a team that is playing dominant defense or dominant offense?
I'd rather see the team that's playing dominant offense, especially
So you would.
Yeah, rooting for a team here in Philadelphia that's going to get a home game potentially against this opponent, knowing how weather can affect it. I would rather play the team whose offense is rolling the defense as well.
See, I absolutely. Now, here's funny. This is where we go are completely polar opposites. I would absolutely want my team to be balling on defense.
Oh, you're saying what you want?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Then we're on the same page.
Oh,
I'm saying
okay.
who would you rather play against?
No,
My
no.
mistake.
Okay. You misunderstood.
Yeah, so we're the same.
I want a dominant defense going into the playoffs.
Totally, yeah, with you.
So the Eagles are playing. Their defense is playing top notch, best in the NFL since Jalen Phillips got here. Best in the NFL. They are statistically the best defense in the NFL since the arrival of Jalen Phillips. So to me, everything points to the Eagles being just the team that people don't want to play if you believe that defense is going to be what's really scary in the postseason.
Yeah, my issue with the Eagles is not their ability to win any given game. Like, I think they can knock off anybody. I think nobody wants to play this team. I'm totally there with you. My problem is that it's like a three-leg parlay. We're going to do our picks later on, and we got Andrews as well. If I was to make a bunch of straight bets, I'd feel very good about every single one of those bets.
Okay.
And I do. But if you told me, hey, 3 in a row got to hit.
It's the 3 in a row got to hit.
That's the tough thing because the Eagles have had what? 2 win streaks of 3 or more games this year. One was the first 4 games of the season, and the other included wins over the Raiders and the Commanders.
Sean, what do we got on the text line at 610-632-0975?
Yeah, one person checking in is Jeff from D.C. We're still scared of the Rams because I'm not and never have been. First round, second round, third round, I don't care. They can get it.
I love Jeff's confidence. I think it's a little Jeff. And by the way, I'm saying it right now. Whoever comes in here for the first game, whether it's the Rams or anybody, I am absolutely confident. And I say confident with the C. It's the only confident that I will tell you right now about the Eagles. I'm confident they're going to win their first playoff game at home.
I'm not there yet.
I am confident. I don't care who's rolling in here. So I hear Jeff's confidence, but I just think when it comes to the Rams, I think it's a little too chesty.
Jeff's also a guy that has been saying Eagles Super Bowl champions for months now. He's just one of those fans where he believes the Eagles are going to beat everybody comfortably all the time. I love those type of fans, but sometimes you end up getting burned on
Okay.
those.
I am absolutely where I am not with Jeff, but I am far closer to Jeff than I am to you and Andrew.
Yeah, it's totally fair.
Like, as far as that's concerned. Rodman, I haven't gotten it from you, though. You've heard us. You work with us every single day behind the scenes. A lot of times you're not on mic, so we may hear it on, during a conversation during the break. Are you closer when you hear our conversations about the Eagles? Because like Andrew says, 0% chance to get to the Super Bowl. Are you closer to, which I think is absolute nonsense. Do you think that is closer to it or further from the truth, in your opinion?
I think it's a bit further from the truth. I'm somewhere in the middle between you and Andrew, at least.
So you're sitting somewhere on the fence. You're in like a Bill Colarulo fence.
Yeah, I would say there's a chance, sure. I think that the NFC is really wide open. Do I put them at as a great chance? That's a, 20, 30% chance. I don't know about that. I would say somewhere around maybe 12% or so if you're trying to split it up amongst 7 teams, which I still think going to be on the higher side maybe. I would say that there is a chance, but I'm still a little bit concerned, especially with how the offense has looked throughout the season.
If they're the 3 seed, are they the favorite in the NFC to represent in the Super Bowl?
No.
No.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Like, I think absolutely not. No. Because then you're assuming that because all you can assume is the 3 seed is the path is going to be beat the Rams at home, beat Chicago in Chicago, because you can't assume upsets.
Yeah, right.
And then beat Seattle in Seattle? No.
Yeah, that would be
No.
that'd
No.
be a tough stretch.
You can't say that they're the favorites. Would I say that it can happen? Absolutely not. But do I say it can't happen? Absolutely not. Do I say it? Would I be confident that happens? I would also say absolutely not. There's no way I'd say confident. I do say confident that they win the first game, though.
I wonder how many teams in the NFC are feeling this exact same way or worse. That's what I just think about when I see this playoff picture. Is I can't imagine anyone in LA saying, "Well, yeah, Rams are the favorite."
Oh no, they're by the way, they're losing their minds they're losing their minds in LA right now.
Seattle's worried about Darnold. The 49ers have been injured like crazy. I don't know. Maybe this is just the flavor of the year for the NFC playoff pictures that no one's confident.
If you can't find a reason to believe that the Eagles can win the Super Bowl, I mean, not even just get to a Super Bowl, win it. Jimmy Kempski came up with 10. We're going to do a scorecard and review how many we agree with next. It's Kincade Salciunas on 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Dunks.
Here's Barlow with a steal. Flag trying to run him down. Dominic Barlow jams it.
The 3.
Kempski stuff, right? We're all big fans on this show. Jimmy does. I think Jimmy Kempski would get my award consistently for some of the most creative content.
He's also an artiste. The stick figures are top of the line.
Well, it really is. I think he, much like me in art class, he may have struggled. I was not a real good kid in art class.
Sometimes the simple drawings are the best ones.
That could work. I would not want to see him doing like police sketching. Jimmy'd be out of work. But Jimmy Kempski in the Philly Voice did a great piece on 10 reasons to believe that the Eagles could win the Super Bowl. I hope that my buddy Andrew Salciunas has read it, because to at least think this is 2 less wins than Andrew thinks they could even get. So I want him to read it. I want him to believe it. So here's what we're going to do. Rodman, you, Connor, and I, everyone that all 3 of us say yes to, okay, I'm going to count. I'm going to see how many of the 10 we all agree on. 1, their run defense has been much better. The Eagles' 2 worst defensive performances of the season were against the Giants and the Bears. They got bulldozed by both. But in their last 3 games, the Eagles' run defense has tightened up. They have one of the best run defenses in the National Football League.
Yeah,
we all agree.
Yeah, we're all
Improved, sure.
So
I guess I would have to look more around the league to know where they would be. But yes, they've definitely improved.
But no. But I mean, do you agree? Like, you seem hesitant on that one. Because here's what I'm going to say to you is, I'm not counting that one because the Bears are potentially in their path.
That's never going to happen again. I swear. If you think that
No. But what they could still. So the Bears run for 170 this time, 160.
No, man. DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai are not going to be the reason the Philadelphia Eagles don't win the Super Bowl.
I do not trust that one, so I don't give that one a yes. Okay, so I don't vote for that one, yes. All right, number 2, their pass rush is beginning to peak. The Eagles have 18 sacks in their last 4 games. They're getting stops in the run game on first and second downs, leading to long downs and distances, and they're getting after opposing quarterbacks. They are the hottest team in sacks if you take it the last month down the stretch.
It's the best part of this team.
Yeah, I completely agree.
We all agree. That's 1. Okay, so we all agree on that one. And by the way, it's exactly what they did in 22 down the stretch. It's exactly what they did in 24 down the stretch. So that's another good one. So we all agree on that one. The Eagles' pass defense mostly matches up well against the NFC playoff teams. Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean should be all pros this year because Mitchell can travel with alpha receivers and DeJean plays in the slot. It's hard to scheme up ways for great receivers to escape them.
Yeah.
I think that no NFC pass defense matches up better than the Eagles against the NFC teams.
I worry about safety. Marcus Epps has played really well
since
he stepped in with Drew McCuba going down, but Reed hasn't had his best year, and Marcus Epps has limitations. I think Q and Coop are going to have to do a lot of carrying it, but I think they're good enough too. So I'll say yes.
I don't think any team in the NFC playoff field has a better combo than Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
So to me, I consider that a 1. So we're okay. We give that a yes. So there's 2. Number 4, Lane Johnson should be back, and the offensive line's going to be rested. And the minute Lane Johnson comes back, we know that this team plays at a completely different level on the offensive line. Yes.
Fair.
I'm going to say no on that one.
Okay, tell me why.
Because Lane Johnson with the offensive line earlier this year, they still had the same problems.
Okay.
It's not a Lane thing. And as much as he does help this team, he's hugely important. But I don't think he's the problem solver.
So you say better.
They'll
with
be better.
Lane.
They
Lane,
can't be
better,
worse.
right.
He's amazing.
But it's not like it's fixed.
But they weren't good enough
Okay.
when he was playing earlier this year.
So that's what we get. So we go 2 out of 4 then. Number 5, Jalen Hurts is at his best in big games. I don't even have to read you anything.
That might be the easiest, yes.
Yeah, that's easy.
Easy. All of us say. Okay, 3 out of 5. So we're 3 out of 5 with Jimmy Kempski. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert are a really good passing game trio. I absolutely will say yes.
I mean, it's technically correct. On that singular point, absolutely. Can Kevin Patullo get them to places where they're best used? That's a different story. But on this point, yes.
Does any team have a better passing game trio?
Yeah, I would say the Rams probably do.
You think the Rams do, but with
Devontae banged up, Devontae Adams, that is.
He's banged up.
That's totally different. But if all things healthy.
So you say yes on this or not?
I'll say yes on this because it's true.
I'll say yes because it's true.
Okay, we'll go 4 out of 6 then. The rest of the Eagles roster is battle-tested. I don't even have to read anymore. Yes.
No. Yeah, we'll take that
They're
one.
battle tested.
Yeah.
That's 5 out of 7. The Eagles will be extremely healthy. They're the healthiest team going into the playoffs, especially now that they're going to rest all the starters.
Yeah, it's all relative, but compared to their peers, absolutely.
6 out of 8.
Yep.
Right? Their depth is good even if they lose someone during the playoffs.
Oh, no, Jimmy. Sorry.
Yeah,
but
I don't.
can't go
See,
there.
I can't go there either. It says, after Dean went down in the wild card round last year, Oren Burks filled in and played well. I have confidence the Eagles have good depth with capable reserves at quarterback, running back, offensive tackle, guard, center on the – I can't do this one.
No.
It's good at some spots, like those.
No,
Not
He
all.
says
not even,
offensive tackle,
really.
guard, center. I mean, now look, if you're talking about the fact that Fred Johnson, I feel good. Brett Toth,
Or
I guess.
Matt Pryor. If those guys play in a playoff game, I'm nervous.
Matt Pryor, I'm very nervous.
If Quinyon Mitchell or Cooper DeJean go down,
No, I don't think they have.
pack it in.
All right, so we're 6 out of 9. Okay, there are no juggernaut teams this year. The Seahawks quarterback is Sam Darnold. The Rams have lost 2 straight, including the bad loss to Kirk Cousins-led Falcons. Their special teams are an abomination. Their defense has sprung a leak. The Bears rank 22nd in points allowed per game. The Niners are without Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, and Mykal Williams. The Eagles have holes, but every other NFC playoff team does, and they are not missing the same amount of stars.
That's another yes for me.
That's a yes for me.
Yes.
So we go 7. 7 out of 10. That's a passing grade. That's a passing grade. So for Jimmy Kempski's list, Jimmy, I know you don't care about our grade, but we'll give you 7 out of 10 on that. 7 out of 10 we agree on. And we were 2-1 on 2 of the ones we didn't give unanimous on. We were 2-1. So we were close. So Jimmy's list is pretty good there.
This is going to be tough to do because we don't have an actual list at our disposal for last year. But if we had gone through a list this time, heading into the postseason, let's just say post Week 18, as we were ready for the Eagles to play their first game against the Packers, do you think we could put together a perfect 10 list from last year's team?
Yes. And I think they were going to the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah.
The only one I was worried about was the only thing that I was worried about last year was going to Detroit.
Right, and you ended up not having to.
And I said that was going to be a coin flip game for me.
I think the pass offense with Jalen Hurts was still a fair question because you'd only seen it once, but you did have some data points on that being positive. But maybe that's where people are so sketched out with the Eagles is last year I think it would have been really easy to put together the 10 reasons they could win the Super Bowl. And 7 out of 10 it is a passing grade.
Right.
But looking at how they did it last year, it was so dominant. If you were expecting that heading into this year, and we had a lot of people that were, maybe that's why people are feeling the way they are about the Birds.
One of my own friends sends me a text, and he goes, you were a little rough on Jordan Mailata. He goes, I still think there were a lot of doubters last year. He goes, I agree with Jordan. I disagree with Jordan. I think there's nothing, he says, the exact same, I will read the quote, the exact same doubts existed about us last year. That is completely false. We were not doubting the offensive line last year.
We might be the wrong people to have that conversation, though.
The
Because
Eagles fan base was doubting the offensive line last year. We were not.
Well, you, me, and Andrew were on this from basically
Okay.
Jump Street, where
Right.
we were very early to the party, and I wonder how much the outside noise that we didn't really perpetuate on this show, right or wrong. Like I'm not. It's not a pat on the back.
I
I
get
think we
you.
were just so early to this team's awesome that maybe that was out there more than we realized.
All right, can the Vic Fangio factor make you feel that the Eagles could be a tougher out than they were last year? Is the defense better than last year? We'll pose that question as we begin the second half of the show today. Rodman's in for Connor. Connor's in for Andrew. I'm just back to work. It's Kincade Salciunas on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles are getting a little healthy. I'm Sean Rodman, and good news for the Birds. They'll be resting their starters, and they'll need it with a couple guys added to the injury report. Jalen Carter did not practice yesterday with a hip injury after he was not listed on the practice report on Wednesday. Marcus Epps is now in concussion protocol following practice yesterday. Epps reported symptoms to the medical team, and the team confirmed that he is dealing with a concussion. The Eagles have activated rookie tackle Cameron Williams off the injury reserve to the 53-man roster, and the voice of the Commanders, Bram Weinstein, will be joining us around 9:10 to preview Sunday's season finale. Sixers beat the Mavs last night. Behind Maxi's near triple-double, although it was Edgecombe with the highlight of the night.
On the run, Hardy. VJ goes up and blocked it. Not with one hand, but with two. VJ Edgecombe, one of the most spectacular defensive plays you'll ever see.
Sixers are back in action tomorrow night to finish up its road trip against the Knicks. Flyers are also back in action tomorrow afternoon on the road in Edmonton. You can listen to both games right here on 97.5 The Fanatic tomorrow. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Eagles defensive.
To 2026. Kincade Salciunas on 97.5 The Fanatic. Andrew taking a day today. He worked yesterday with Connor and Rodman, who are here today. And I took the day yesterday. And I was just saying that I'm going to go to the gym later on this afternoon. And then I said it's the dreading time of going to the gym, because it's going to be all the people that make the New Year's resolutions.
Yeah, hey, everybody out there who's planning on going to the gym today, this is not your year. Cancel the resolutions. I don't want the back gym. I hate this thing.
I would just say this. If you could just do me a favor, and for you two, for audience and everything, leave this in your pocket.
No phones?
I can't stand, I swear, between sets, Get up off the machine. Get off the phone. Do not sit there between sets and work your phone because you're trying to hold the machine because you want to. No. Get up. Let someone else get in on the machine.
Yeah, man, I'm going to get my work done and get out of there, guy.
Oh, my gosh. Too much. Hey, can the Fangio factor make you feel like the Eagles could be a tougher out than last year? If I was just to ask both you and Sean, do you feel better, if you can remember last year, do you feel better about the Eagles' defense right now than you do this time last year?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why?
The guys that you ended up having to count on last year were not ones you could count on heading in. Like, we didn't know what Quinyon Mitchell or Cooper DeJean were going to be in the postseason as rookies. We didn't know what you were getting from guys like Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt, another rookie. Like, there were guys that ended up being a big part of that run that heading into it, there were question marks, rightfully so, when they're getting their first postseason action. Now all of those guys you're looking at as second-year, third-year, fourth-year players, what Jordan Davis has turned into, I think there's a lot more for the Eagles to hang their hat on this year defensively.
Rod Mania, do you have the same point of view as far as the points?
I'm actually the opposite.
Okay.
I think I trust last year's defense more. Now, granted, I trust this year's defense. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
But I think last year's team, you had Milton Williams, who was also here. And now I know Ojomo's kind of taken into that role, has played well. I had more faith as well as with the edge heading into the year. Now with Jalen Phillips and the health, I feel all right. But I know with the secondary, I felt confident if one of those guys went down, it didn't matter. If someone at the linebacker position went down, it didn't matter. Oren Burks, I felt okay with. And same with Isaiah Rodgers as a corner. This year, it's the lack of depth, I think, more on the back end specifically that I feel more confident with last year's team heading into the playoffs defensively.
All right, here's the Eagles' defense over the last NFL 8 games in the league, across the league. So the second half of the season, the Eagles are giving up the fewest points in the NFL. Now, I will also point out that the Eagles lost 3 times in this stretch. So they're 5-3 in that stretch, which doesn't make me thrilled. But so they've given up just 14.5 points over the last 8 games. It is as John Clark from NBC Sports reports, it is the best stretch by an Eagles defense over an 8-game period since Jim Johnson's 2014.
Where'd that team end up?
They went to the Super Bowl.
Oh, that's true.
21 seasons. In the same period of time, the Eagles have given up the fewest points in the NFL since the Eagles hired Vic Fangio at the start of the 2024 season. So if you just go all of last year and all of this year, the Eagles are giving up the least points in the NFL at 18.3 per game.
Yeah, like the only positions you can look at this year and say the Eagles are worse off defensively is that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's safety spot.
Right.
And Darius Slay would have been on the other side of Quinyon Mitchell. Those are the 2 spots. But where have they gotten better? Jordan Davis has significantly improved in the same role that he had last year.
He is absolutely – like Jordan Davis is a better player than he was last year. I don't even think he's taken a quantum leap.
You have Nakobe Dean, who's going to be available to play where he went out in that Packers game.
And he is going to come back for the playoffs.
Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean have another year's worth of experience. I think they both had better years than their near defensive rookie of the year campaigns last year. The edge rusher position, Jalen Phillips, you could argue is where Josh Sweat was last year, if not better.
I think he's better. And I think he's better because I think he draws more attention.
Yeah. And then, like, look at what Jalix Hunt has turned into. He's better this year. There are so many places where the players that are still here have improved compared to last year's defense. It may not look different because the names are very much the same, but this is a better defense than last year.
If you're listening to WPN and WPN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibility. Connor's in for Andrew. Rodman's in for Connor. It's the Kincade Salciunas show as the Friday before Week 18, and there's been a lot of discussion today about rest, a lot of discussion about the Rams and the fear of the Rams, which has been part of the discussion. And that text line, it's been a quieter Friday than normal, I guess, with a lot of people still with the day off. But, Sean, what do we got on the text line?
Yeah, one person checking in is Dan in Warminster. Says the Eagles starters should start this game. If Washington looks like they're playing dirty, pull the starters. If not, play a half and get a lead and scoreboard watch.
I do believe Washington, I'm not putting a cheap shot behind any of them.
No, I mean, I think Frankie Louvo took one last year that knocked Jalen Hurts out with a concussion. Like, I thought that was a dirty hit.
He took a cheap shot in the Dallas game. I don't know if you're watching
Yeah.
on Christmas.
Oh,
He
yeah.
cheap shotted. He's a dirtbag. He's a dirtbag player. I have no problem saying that on the record. He is a dirtbag player. I do not like how he conducts himself.
And if you want the starters to play, fine. You want the starters to play, you prioritize the 2 seed. But saying if they try and take a dirty hit, then you pull them, what if that dirty hit connects? And what if all of a sudden you're heading into a win-or-go-home playoff matchup, maybe with the Rams anyway, if Chicago takes care of business against Detroit, and you're doing it without Jalen Hurts or Saquon or AJ or Devontae. You have so many guys that we talked about the Jimmy Kempski list. The depth thing was something that we did not say
All
was
of us
one
said,
we could agree on.
All of us said no.
Because there are so many guys. The problem with a talented roster like the Eagles have is you don't have the cap space to commit to depth. So if those guys go down, the Eagles are in trouble.
All right, Sean, what do we got on the Rams? Somebody had something to say on the Rams?
Yeah, one other person checking in on the Rams saying that I'm not scared of them at all. I think that they're showing some injury concerns there, and especially on that defense, the Eagles can score points.
I think the offensive line of the Rams is something that needs to be talked about, too, as their offensive line has had Matthew Stafford sort of not running for his life because he doesn't. He doesn't run for his life, but had him under duress a lot. And the Falcons get after the quarterback, though. Falcons really get after the quarterback well. So they're one of the better teams in the NFL this year actually at doing that. And that sort of terrorized him a little bit.
Yeah, there was something that we brought up while you were out that we looked at. Actually, this might have been on the pregame show, so it might have just been Ray and I.
By the way, I want to wish you all the best, you and Ray, 3 hours on Sunday.
It's going to be fun. We got a lot
It's
to
gonna
break
be fun.
down. Tanner
Now-
McKee tape.
I have a feeling you guys are going to be talking about a lot of what goes down Saturday night and how that affects the Eagles and looking ahead to – because you may know the opponent.
It'll be a playoff preview as much as it is a pregame show for the Birds.
Sure.
But we brought up the one weakness that has always existed in Vic Fangio's defenses has been the mobile quarterback. They do not stop that well because the secondary plays bend, don't break. You don't really bring extra pressure very often. And if that doesn't get home and you got a guy, for example, Josh Allen, like you played last week.
Sure.
Breaks contain, that's a problem. You look around the NFC playoff picture. Who's really mobile? Stafford doesn't move. Darnold doesn't move.
Purdy can move.
Purdy can move a little bit, but I wouldn't call
A little bit.
I wouldn't.
I
call
don't consider
mature.
him. I don't consider him ultra. But if you're talking about stepping up in the pocket or eluding, extending a play,
Yeah,
he's more of an extend the play.
yeah, exactly. Jordan Love can be that guy too. Bryce Young can be that guy too. But there's no Josh Allen, Lamar. Like there's no guy that you're going to get beat with their legs, which I think is the number one weakness of this defense. I think the team's in, and that's why I want Baker out, which is why I'm rooting for the Panthers. Plays to not going after the Eagles' biggest weakness.
Okay, on the Fangio thing that we were just talking about. So with the Fangio effect of the Eagles having the best defense in the NFL and you talking about that, then what is the best quarterback path that they could possibly have? If I let you right now choose the quarterback path. So right now we already know they're going to play the Rams in the first round or they're going to play the 49ers, most likely, or the Packers. So
Yeah.
there's an outside chance at the Packers, but it looks more likely Packers are the least likely. Rams or the 49ers. What would be, if you're picking the quarterback path for the first round game, what do you choose? Obviously, would we all say Jordan Love because we know it's going to be the Packers as the 7th seed, right?
Love's number one for sure.
Love's number one.
Okay, Love would be number one. Now, Ray Dunn, if he is coming in, I think Ray is coming
He
in
is
today.
in today. We'll
Ray's
talk to
very
him.
upset about that, to hear that.
He's on.
Okay.
He's on Love Island as
He's
he's
on
turned
Love
it, 'cause
Island.
a lot of people out on Jordan Love
Okay,
right now.
so, but if of the other two quarterbacks, which are much more likely,
Yeah.
because the Jordan Love thing is very least likely, where are you going?
Purdy. I mean, I don't. No one in their right mind could say Matthew Stafford here, right?
No, I thought, were you saying first round or for the second round?
because
now?
no, the
First
first
round
round,
where
because
we're
the
at.
first round is either going to be you're either facing Brock Purdy, Matthew Stafford, or Jordan Love.
No, Brock Purdy. I was thinking we were going second round. So
No, they're
Purdy, I'm with you.
they're your first round matchups are those three guys. That's the only three guys you can face are those three guys.
Yeah. So it's Love 1, Purdy 2, Stafford a distant third.
And the Love decision for me is actually the fact is this Jordan Love is that I'm looking at it as I know that if you're facing Jordan Love, you got a second home playoff game if
Yeah.
you beat him.
Yeah.
So I shouldn't take that into consideration. as far as why I want to face Jordan Love.
But that's not an if you beat him. Jordan Love's not coming into Lincoln winning that game. He couldn't beat this team in Lambeau when the offense did nothing. He's not coming into Lincoln Financial Field and winning that game.
Highly
So,
overrated?
not highly overrated, but overrated.
Okay, so if that was the case, the Eagles were assuming, again, the 3 seed. So they're the 3 seed. So as the 3 seed, they win that game. They could move up and then play the winner of the 4-5 game, which would maybe be the Rams, could be Stafford, or could be whoever wins the NFC South.
Right.
Any of those quarterbacks? Well, Stafford bothers you.
Stafford's still a distant third behind either Baker Mayfield or Bryce Young. Bryce Young would be number 1 in that situation. Baker would be
You'd want
2.
to face Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Baker'd be number 2. Is that same for you, Sean? You're more worried about Bryce Young and the Panthers.
I mean, quarterback
Or
wise,
you're more worried about the Panthers.
I think just the Panthers team aspect. The Bryce Young would be number 1, then Baker.
Okay, we're all in agreement there.
If Bryce Young leads that team to more than 14 points against this Eagles defense, I'll eat this hat. There's no way. Like, that's never happening.
Is that the one I got you?
It is.
That's the one I got you from
I don't want to eat this
Rally
hat.
House the night of the Super Bowl. You don't want
Quality
to eat
cap.
that. Wait a minute, you don't want to eat that.
No.
He did say that, though, on YouTube. And I know Nate the haircut is he's sort of sneaky.
That matchup will also never happen. Just seeding-wise, I don't think there's any way the Eagles and Panthers are on a collision course.
You don't think the Panthers could potentially beat the Rams if they played the Rams in? They already beat them there.
Yeah, they did win once.
I don't think so. I think
Do you think they'd win the second match?
I think the NFC South is the sacrificial lamb of the NFC
Okay.
playoff picture.
All right, I want to ask you both this because I don't know that we're going to get to it later on in the show. If I said to you right now, Sunday night, just gut instinct, Lamar Jackson going into Pittsburgh, facing the Pittsburgh Steelers, and Aaron Rodgers, who, by the way, if anyone needs to know anything about Aaron Rodgers, and look, my dislike of Aaron Rodgers as a quarterback, as a leader, is well known. So I have a bias. But Aaron Rodgers being a guy who this week, as he's going into Week 18, having the nerve to talk about his future drives me freaking crazy.
Yeah.
He's the quarterback of the Steelers going into a game that determines his playoffs, and he's talking about whether he wants to play next year and his future and whether it's going to be in Pittsburgh. I'm like, he's so annoying to me. He is so not a team guy.
Yeah, but Johnny, you and I need to root for him this week because I
We
want to
do.
see Andrew wear that hat,
On
the propeller
Monday.
hat for
On
the
Monday.
Ravens not winning that division. I do actually think the Steelers win that game. But again, I'm biased because I want to see Andrew lose that.
You want to see,
that bet that he
Andrew
made.
propel.
It'll
What's
be a
your
fun
gut
game.
instinct on Sunday?
My gut instinct is that the Steelers win, but I think I'd rather, because I just don't like Aaron Rodgers, that I'd rather the Ravens win in that aspect.
Right.
But I also want to see Andrew in the hat.
That's who we want to see Andrew in the hat on Monday.
Yeah, so let's
We do
go
wanna see it.
Steelers.
I just can't stand. I can't believe that the week of a must-win home game to go to the playoffs, Aaron Rodgers is talking about, well, my future. I might play next year, or I hope, could it be here? I don't know. And like,
Par for the
he's
course
such
for
a
him,
jerk.
though.
He's such a jerk. Go eat your magic mushrooms and go climb in a cave somewhere and stay there.
Sounds
For
fun.
God's sakes. Sounds fun. Hey,
Better than cold outside.
Sean Rodman shares a few of the stories that you may have missed, and God knows Connor and I may have missed it too in a New Year's Day haze. We'll get to it next with today's headlines with Sean Rodman. It's Kincade Salciunas on the Fanatic.
Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni.
Hopefully your Friday morning is going well, and hopefully I learned to turn on the microphone on this first Friday of 2026.
That's what 3 days off will do to you.
Oh, my gosh, yes. As we get ready to enter into postseason week coming up next week, don't miss a minute of it. And remember, Football Fridays on the Fanatic are presented to you by Norristown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Dive into great deals at the sales event at Norristown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and get wicked good deals at the Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram in Norristown. Go to norristownchryslerdodge.com. Make sure you check that out. So it's going to be a lot of fun. You can also check out, too, when Sean Rodman gets us caught up on things that we may have missed yesterday, like, hey, here's today's headlines.
Today's headlines with Sean, no relation to Dennis Rodman.
Hello there.
Hello, and today's headlines is brought to you by Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit lundylaw.com. That's lundylaw.com.
Okay.
And first up, let's go to the hardwood last night. In case you missed it, you're watching college football. You just kind of fell asleep early last night because the New Year's the night before. The Sixers won last night, and it was thanks to Maxey icing the game late.
It's 1:15 to go. Here comes Maxey. Maxey off the bounce. Maxey into the lane. He'll hang. Fires on Hardy. Bucket. Ball game. Tyrese Maxey with a homecoming to remember here in Big D. Sixers up by 12. Grimes knocks it away from P.J. Washington.
And they get the win last night. Maxey had 34, 10, and 8 rebounds. Sixers get a second win with the big three. And, well, another question, though, is do they have a new big three? Because VJ Edgecombe added to that yesterday with 23, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 4 steals.
Here's where VJ Edgecombe's been so important to this team. His ability to knock down open jumpers is a game changer. You look at it last night. It absolutely is. Paul George 0 for 3 from deep. Dominic Barlow should never be shooting a 3. Joel Embiid hasn't really found his stroke from the perimeter yet, and he's also kind of playing a lot more from the nail this year, just trying to facilitate. And him moving the ball has been better in the past couple of games.
It has been.
But Tyrese Maxey's shooting 10 threes. No one else had more than, Quentin Grimes shot 7 off the bench and made 5. But VJ being able to knock down those open shots and not just have Maxey be the only guy who can shoot it on this team is so important.
We've been missing it.
I just wonder how sustainable it is for a guy like Edgecombe. Coming out, one of the knocks was, can he shoot at the NBA level from the perimeter? But that's where the Sixers have found success. When Maxey can have other guys that can knock down open shots from deep,
sure,
that really gets this offense going.
I just have been, what is your thought process been on, for the most part, when all of them have been healthy, when it's been George and Embiid and everything like that? It really hasn't been showing that they've been winning enough.
So early on in the season, I thought it was way too much Joe and PG.
Okay.
And I think the past couple of games that we've seen in the win in Memphis and the win last night in Dallas, Joel has become a lot more of like, I don't want to say passive because that has a negative connotation. He's a lot more comfortable allowing Maxey and Edgecombe to do their thing.
You said facilitator.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's more comfortable facilitating.
And I think that's credit to Nick Nurse for making sure that he's putting these guys in the right spots where they should be.
And Embiid had 10 assists last night, too.
There you go. Yeah. We love seeing that.
All right, next up, let's go to college football yesterday. And, well, in general with the college football playoff, 3 lower seeds won after the byes now, and 2 of them were yesterday, including Ole Miss having a game-winning field goal late, and then Georgia trying to do something on the final kickoff, and it ends up turning out like this.
Landon rolled in. They're going to try to run some trick plays. That's a free ball. Bounding toward the sideline. The game is over. Official signaling a safety on the last play of the game. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you got to try everything you can down near the end of the game.
Yeah.
So I can't fault them on that. Ole Miss, though, great story for them. Lane Kiffin goes to LSU, and they just decide, hey, we're going to make a run at this thing. It's been great work by their interim head coach. And
it has been. And what did you think about Lane Kiffin being there?
That didn't – see, I think that's fine. Like, I know –
Now he's there now because he's in that's his hometown now.
Exactly.
Where he's good. I sort of feel like he shouldn't be there, though.
I imagine the connection with the team is something that's important. Like, the players, I don't know how they feel about Lane leaving, but I think being in that locker room, you understand it more than the fan base would, him going somewhere else. I think it's more supporting his guys than anything.
Where do you feel about that? Robin, are you in support of him being there last night?
Yeah, I think it's a PR stunt, to be honest, that he's there. I think he's trying to show support to his players, especially after the poor PR he's gotten.
See, I look at it as, and maybe I'm being unfair to Lane Kiffin, I look at it as he wants everybody to remember that this is my team.
Maybe part of it, too. There's definitely some bad blood between him and that organization. Also, real quick on the college football playoff front, thanks everyone else for coming out. Congratulations, Indiana.
Yeah.
'Cause they're winning it all.
Oh, Indiana looks great,
that
man.
team's unbelievable.
Boy, did they look good.
They looked
really
awesome
good.
yesterday. And lastly, let's round out with some sports incentives yet for Saturday and Sunday, I should say, with the games this weekend, with guys having incentives in their contracts. And first up, Tony Pollard needs 66 yards rushing to cash a $250,000 bonus. So if I know the line for some sports books aren't out there, but some it's set 65.5. I feel like I like the over in that one. Rico Dowdle needs a touchdown to get a $250,000 bonus. They've been running the ball well as well for the Panthers. And lastly, Juwan Jennings, more than 6.5 catches. He needs 9 catches to cash in a $666,000 bonus.
Well, that's a nice bonus.
Yeah, it's a wild week for prop bets, and a lot of really smart
of the
bettors.
casinos will not let them, are not letting a lot of prop bets go.
That's a tough thing because I don't think Vegas doesn't know that people are looking at, hey, this team might try and feed this guy so he gets the money. But if you can find the ones that are available that match up with those, that's a great way to bet in a Week 18 where I don't think anybody has a feel on what's going on.
I was a buddy of mine's involved with the sports books out in Vegas at the MGM resorts, and he gave me a tip for betting Week 18, a little strategy to use.
Don't.
And I'm using it. Well, he gave me, if you must bet, and I have to bet because we have to do our picks of the week coming up, thanks to our friends at Bet Parks, I am going to use what he gives me the advice coming up. I'm going to use it coming up. So
We'll see if it works.
we'll use it. That'll come up in the 9 o'clock hour. All right, but next. Connor Thomas is going to be like Andrew Salciunas. Because Andrew Salciunas, unlike me, I like name brands. I like Jif. I like Crest. I like Clorox. I don't want off-brand stuff. Connor wants to know how much you trust non-brand names. We'll find out this weekend. That's next. Kincade Salciunas on The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles had a couple of injuries. I'm Sean Rodman, and the good news is the Eagles will be resting most of its stars on Sundays, so these new injuries can get an extra week of rest. Jalen Carter, he did not practice yesterday with a hip injury after he was not listed on the practice report on Wednesday's practice. Marcus Epps is in concussion protocol as well. Following practice yesterday, Epps reported symptoms to the medical team, and the team now confirmed he is dealing with a concussion. Eagles have activated rookie tackle Cameron Williams off the injuries reserved to the 53-man roster. And the voice of the Commanders, Bram Weinstein, will be joining us around 9:10 to preview Sunday's season finale. Sixers beat the Mavs last night behind Maxi's near triple-double, although it was Edgecombe with the highlight of the night.
On the run, Hardy. VJ goes up and blocked it. Not with one hand, but with two. VJ Edgecombe, one of the most spectacular defensive plays you'll ever see.
Sixers are back in action tomorrow night to finish up its road trip against the Knicks, and Flyers are also back in action tomorrow on the road in Edmonton. You can listen to the both games right here on 97.5 The Fanatic tomorrow. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Middays with Connor in for Andrew, Rodman in for Connor, Nate the haircut in for Rodman, sliding on over and doing double duty back there is great. We appreciate him. And Middays with Mark's coming up. Is it regular?
Yeah, it's Johnny and Ray.
All right, great. So that'll be good.
I believe Jason's in with them today as well, as they normally do on Fridays.
Okay, that'll be great
Yeah,
then.
so
it works out well.
everyone back to work.
Hopefully everyone get back and should be a big weekend, and hopefully you will enjoy it. And Connor, you have 1 to 4 Sunday
Yes.
is Birds pregame.
Yep, myself and Ray Dunn breaking down everything you need to know about why Tanner McKee and the Eagles' backups can win this game.
And why also I have a feeling you're going to be looking a lot at what happened Saturday night. How does that affect what goes on Sunday?
Right.
Because you may know the opponent.
Yeah.
You know, if San Francisco wins the game, we know that the Rams are coming in. So Sunday, we'll already know that the Rams are coming in.
Yes.
If San Francisco wins Saturday night, we already know it's the Rams.
Or at least that the Rams are in that seed.
Right,
And
unless
if the
the
Eagles,
Eagles
don't move
could potentially get help. The Detroit thing, just quickly again. There's one of my buddies sends me a text. He goes, "You don't actually believe Detroit can beat the Bears? Why not?"
Yeah, I'll tell you that I might feel better about Detroit beating the Bears this weekend than I do about Green Bay beating the Bears in the first round of the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why people just assume, oh, Detroit's mailing it in. I don't buy that at all.
That team's crazy talented. They just had kind of a weird year with injuries again, and they've had to deal with losing 2 coordinators. But is Jahmyr Gibbs going to be on the field? Is Jared Goff going to be on the field?
They're playing, and he's playing.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamison Williams.
And he's playing to win.
Yeah, dude, it's Dan Campbell.
And they want to beat their former offensive coordinator. You know Dan Campbell doesn't want to lose to him.
No, he wants his kneecaps.
Right, there you go.
And also, it's Dan Campbell in a situation where he has nothing to lose.
Right.
In games where he has something to lose, he coaches like he has nothing to lose.
All right, Connor asks, now, Andrew and I go back and forth about this all the time because to me, I am a brand loyalist. I am not eating peanut butter unless it's Jif Creamy. I will not even taste it. I want Jif Creamy peanut butter. I want Bounty paper towels. I just like brands. And if I like a brand, I'm incredibly loyal and I will not change it. But this weekend, it's going to be the Island of Misfit Toys on Sunday afternoon. You and Ray Dunn, it's the most prep you're going to have to do for a pregame show probably all year.
Oh, yeah.
Because you guys work all week long and talk about these games, so you sort of know a roadmap of what to talk about. For Sunday, good luck. We're all counting on you.
Now, we're pros. We'll take care of it. But
Yes.
I just went to the Target yesterday, and I bought the Bobo aluminum foil.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, whatever gets the job done. And I think the Eagles' backups can get the job done.
Okay.
I was just on the Washington Commanders website because they had a little article of 3 things to take away from Josh Johnson's media scrum yesterday.
Okay.
And one of their points, the lead to their second point in this article is he's still growing as a player, which I think is hilarious for a guy who's been in the league for
13 years?
something like that. This might be his 14th season.
I don't know.
But I look at it, and I know that the Eagles do not have a lot of depth. We talked about that earlier. They're so top-heavy with all of the talent. But Tanner McKee is a guy that can run an offense that is effective, and the Vic Fangio scheme on defense I still think is going to be too much for Josh Johnson. At the end of the day, I really do think the Eagles have a good chance to go out there Sunday and take down the Washington Commanders. Part of it is going to be, hey, it is Lincoln Financial Field. I don't know that people are shelling out money for the tickets to a Week 18 game with the backups.
I checked this morning. Dork Boy was checking. You can get in really cheap for Sunday.
Hey, yeah. So
Liv and her friends, she has friends in from out of town, and they're going to the game, and they got tickets on the secondary market really cheap.
sometimes those are the best crowds.
Three tickets to the game for less than $180.
But the Commanders just don't do anything all that well. And the Josh Johnson factor is probably the biggest one in this game. The strength of Washington is they have been able to run the football. But with a quarterback in there that you don't trust to really carve up the defense, Vic Fangio should still be able to do enough. And Tanner McKee has shown us in his few times getting the opportunity to play, he can run an offense. I don't know. What do you think you'd have to put up? 21 points to win this game?
On Sunday?
Because Josh Johnson ain't scoring more than 21.
I would say 21.
And I think you can get that.
I would say 20.
Yeah.
How about this, 20?
Yeah, because the mentality thing about this is important too. it's not so much trust in the backups, but I believe that the coaching staff is approaching this game like a need to win this game. As far as the scheme, as far as how they're going to call it, as far as what Vic Fangio is doing with the defense, I don't think they're mailing it in as well where they're just like, hey, here's where we try a bunch of different things. I think the biggest, hey, we're not trying in this game is who's playing, but there's still work to be done for Kevin Patullo, Nick Sirianni, figuring out what this offense could be. I just don't think they're going to say, hey, whatever happens, happens.
Washington can fall, by the way. They cannot fall any further than they're sitting right now. So they have the 7th pick in the draft.
Right. They have no reason to, tank.
Like, they can't, if they tank, they can't go, like, they're not going to, if they win the game, even if they win the game, they're not going to go to the 8th pick.
So they're locked in.
Winning doesn't hurt them.
Yeah.
So that sort of works against the Eagles. Winning doesn't hurt them because they're 2 games separated from the team that has the 8th pick, which is New Orleans. Mm-hmm. So winning doesn't hurt them at all in their draft position. But they still could slide up depending on what some other teams do in front of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they're the 7th pick in the draft right now, so draft position isn't really going to be a thing with Washington. Could they move up a spot or 2? They potentially could. Could Cleveland beat Cincinnati at Cincinnati? I don't really know.
Yeah, I mean,
they could. If they could, they could maybe move up to 6.
Yeah, they may be too focused on trying to get Myles Garrett his sack record again in Week 18, whether you count that or not with the extra game being played.
I don't. You do?
Yeah, because at this point, we're so far gone from that, and the schedule's only going to get longer if they add the 18th game to balance it out. At some point, it's going to come around where every record is a moot point from shorter seasons. But here's where I'm at. I'm probably like 60-40 in favor of the Eagles winning this game with the backups. Anyone who's saying, oh, it's going to be easy, I think that's a little short-sighted. I think that's a little too much bravado. But my confidence level is that the Eagles will still win this football game, even though there will be points where it may look a little bit messy. Are you leaning towards the Commanders winning this game on Sunday?
No. But do I believe it's 65-35? Yes.
Okay.
65-35 Eagles. I'm going 35. Rodman, where are you?
I think I'm right with you, John, actually. 65-35.
I'm like
Eagles.
1 out of 3.
Yeah, I'm just curious where people stand because some people are way too confident.
Yeah, I can't understand it because just, again, 5 minutes gone in the third quarter of a game 2 weeks ago when the Eagles played all their starters, Washington was beating this team.
But who was playing quarterback?
I got Marcus Mariota. He sucks.
He's way better than Josh Johnson.
He sucks.
He's way better than Josh Johnson.
Look, he's terrible. I mean, seriously, he is terrible.
Yeah, but
Marcus Mariota's terrible, and he's a quitter. That's all
I know how you feel about that. I'm curious where people are out there because I know we've got the entirety of the spectrum. Some people will probably think they're going to lose this game because they're not playing the starters.
And I don't believe that I don't lean towards – I am not one of those people who thinks, okay, they're resting the starters. They're losing.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I just want to know where the gut feel is from the fan base as to the Eagles' chances on Sunday to actually win this game. Because if we have a large majority of people saying, 60, 70% chance to win this game, you guys are right at 65% chance, it kind of says the rest is probably not a bad idea considering you could still get to where you need to get.
I'm going to be having the iPad. I'm going to have the iPad up, and I guarantee you with Colarulo, I mean, I'm usually seated right with Bill Colarulo and with Andrew DeCecco. So I've got football knowledge like right at my side. So I can just pick up by osmosis. I guarantee you my iPad is going to be half screened. It's going to be Detroit-Chicago.
Got to be.
And I'm going to be watching what's going on in the field, and I'm going to be watching Detroit-Chicago.
Yeah, and I know someone's going to have this thought out there. It's crazy. It's not going to happen.
Okay, wait a minute. Can I predict what you're going to say? I'm predicting what you're going to say because I thought the same thing.
Yes.
If Detroit was up 14-0, you put.
Yeah, that's not happening. Never, ever, ever. You are not taking guys that you told in the middle of the week and say, hey, you're not playing Sunday. And then all of a sudden, hey, Jalen, get hot. No, that puts you at more risk of injury. They're not going to put in the starters. If they start the game with the backups, it will be the backups. Get over it.
Okay, if it's 10-0 Washington and Detroit's winning 14-0, I'll be one of those a-holes saying, are you kidding me?
That will be more what they should have done.
Yes.
But you're going to have to acknowledge in the moment it's not changing.
Connor's not getting me to buy off-brand stuff, but I will be watching. By the way, good luck. I want to hear you and Ray with the analysis. I'm going to have to listen to some of that.
Tanner McKee, 400-yard game incoming.
Hey, let's look at this rest thing another way. I've been very negative on it. So I want to make sure that we're getting it from all angles here. If we're going to do it, and they're doing it, who is it really benefiting the most? Connor's got a few ideas about that. That comes your way next. Kincade Salciunas on the Fanatic.
Eagles offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo.
The tacky chip. You may not want it at 8:41 in the morning.
Yeah, you brought in the Fuego Takis. And I was just like, you know.
It's Taki?
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe so.
Taki. Liv loves them.
Yeah.
So we're getting into the thing where I brought in this morning. I said, there's like get stuff out of the house when we had the girl home for the holidays. Now we've shipped her back to her apartment. Yeah. So she is back, living on her own.
Anti-hot chip. Not for me.
So that was too hot?
Yeah. But I don't do spicy food all that well anyway.
Okay, she loves spicy.
Yeah, I'll pass.
Spicier the better. Nah. So that was good. The Taki chip might not be what you wanted to do. So we're going to have the coming up in the next hour, by the way, Bram Weinstein, the voice of the Commanders, joins us in just about a half hour. So he's going to tell us a little bit about how the Commanders are going to approach this game. So we're going to find out. We may find out from Bram, and I did not talk to him about it, but we're going to find out from him how serious they're going to be about this.
Yeah, and I'm interested because he will always tell us, like, gut feel whether or not the Commanders are actually going to win a game. Like, where's their confidence level in facing the Eagles' backups?
Right. And also, too, I need to know because Coach Bro, as I'll call Dan Quinn very affectionately, he's much like Dan Campbell. Mm-hmm. Coach Bro may be taking this game very seriously.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys. He's one of those guys who just he's very in touch with his own personal feelings.
Right. And he was clearly upset when the Eagles went for 2 late in that game in week 16.
I'll never forget. So Dan came in he came in like I forget what it was. It was right after they had lost the Super Bowl. And he comes in the very next year. And it's the first meeting of the year with his players. And he says, guys, I got to tell you, I am the most woke that I've ever been heading into a season. We played that 1,000 times. He hated me for it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure he appreciated it.
He hated me for it. He goes, guys, I got to tell you, man, he goes, we got to put last year behind us. I said, I am the most woke that I've been going into a season ever. It was like, yeah, that's not what woke means, Coach. That's not what woke means. But he's a sweet man. He is a great man, great leader of men, great energy guy. But he takes things very seriously, and I don't believe he's going to roll over and die on Sunday.
I just don't know. Like, if I'm a player on the Commanders and I see that Josh Johnson is my quarterback, we have a 4-win season. We're 1 week away from Cancun. The coach can have all the buy-in he wants into the idea that we want to beat this team. In the back of their minds, I got to imagine their players are not getting up for this game.
Which which Eagles team for you, I mean, as far as who benefits the most from the rest? And to me, I consider the whole concept of rest totally unquantifiable. You may convince me otherwise.
Yeah, it's funny because I feel like the number one place people go when you heard the Eagles were resting their starters is great because the offensive line has been banged up all year.
Okay.
Like, if you're on that side that's pro-rest, that's where Sean brought it up first. That's what I brought up first this week. It's what Andrew talked about. I think it's the defense.
Okay, give it to me.
They've been on the field so damn much this year.
They have been.
And they are the most important part of this team because they're the only thing that you can count on. Now it's a big thing to count on. But if you're a guy like, I don't know, Jordan Davis, who is very far above any snap count he's ever put out at the NFL level.
Unbelievable.
You think he could use a couple days? Like, if you're a guy like Jalen Phillips, who has not had a bye week this year because he was traded. So he missed both the Dolphins and the Eagles bye weeks. He's played every single week. He could really
save that for the pregame show on Sunday. That's good stuff.
We'll run it back. New listeners all the time. The offensive line benefiting from it would be big time if they can get healthier, but they've had issues even at points where they've been their healthiest. I think for a defense that's probably going to have to be on the field a lot even in the postseason because this offense is not really improving all that much. I think that's the biggest benefit is Vic Fangio is going to be able to do whatever he wants with his guys because you're going to get everybody fresh legs before you take on whoever you take on.
Okay, I'm going to give you the rest of this season, when they've had rest, when they've had extended rest, and you tell me whether it benefited them. So they had extended rest going into Kansas City after the opening game. So going into the Chiefs game, they ended up winning 20-17. That was a good win, and at the time, winning at Kansas City, I don't care what anybody says. That's a big win, a good win. The Super Bowl rematch, that was a big win. So
Absolutely.
But did rest come into it at all? Do we know?
It's hard to say in week 2 that
Right.
that's a situation where extra rest really makes
But
that
extra
much of a
rest was
difference.
there.
It was there. Yes.
Was there. Okay, here's one where rest probably helped them. They had come off a 2-game losing streak, losing that short week to the New York Giants. They had the extended rest. They go to Minnesota, and honestly, the score's 28-22. You were there.
Yeah.
The Eagles played great that day.
It wasn't as close as the score indicates.
And the Eagles played great that day.
Yes.
I
And
think
Carson
rest-
Wentz played awful.
I think
but
rest showed for both sides of the ball that day.
Totally agree.
So rest definitely helped that day. So right there I'd go, okay, rest in Kansas City, we don't know about. Rest with Minnesota, it helped. Okay, there it is. Then you had the bye week coming up. Then you played Green Bay and Detroit, which ended up being 2 games in a 6-day period.
Yes,
You scored 26 points in 2 games.
you did.
Did rest help you at all? Can anybody say that rest helped you?
Absolutely, you can.
Okay, why?
Because you're looking at one side of the ball, Johnny.
So it helped your defense hold Detroit and Green Bay to 16 points. Okay.
It's hard to say no. Now, the defense is really good, but that's also been their two most impressive, outside of Buffalo, that's the 2 most impressive defensive games of the year from them.
You hold Green Bay and Detroit to 16 points combined, back-to-back games. That's A+.
The offense.
That's A+. There's no argument that I can make to say the defense didn't benefit.
Yeah. So we had a couple texters when they decided that they were resting the starters that reached out and were saying, like, hasn't the offense been resting all year? That funny little quip of saying they haven't been doing anything. But realistically, if the offense is on the field enough and the defense is on it a bunch, the defensive side of the ball could benefit more from the rest.
And the last rest was just an extended couple of days. You lose to Chicago, then you go on Monday Night Football, you get 3 extra days rest. You play at the Chargers, and you played your worst game of the year.
Yeah.
So really,
you
the
did.
offense has not benefited.
No, but the defense, I believe, has. I'm crunching the numbers right now.
And defense
real quick.
gave you a chance to win that Chargers game,
Yes.
and you lost in offense.
Yeah, and throwing 5 interceptions will do that to you. Now,
Good analysis on your part. You should have saved that for the pregame show, too.
in those 5 games with extra rest, the Philadelphia Eagles are allowing an average of 15.4 points to opponents.
That's the best point you can make. Best point you can make. So rest absolutely helps the defense, and especially if you wound up against the Rams or something
You
like
can
that.
certainly use that.
Well, Week 18 looks like a clunker around the league. Might be the worst of all time. Plus, questions that make you question whether rest is the way to go. All coming up in the final hour of Kincade and Salciunas, including Bram Weinstein, voice of the Commanders, here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Few injuries added for the Birds. I'm Sean Rodman, and Jalen Carter did not practice yesterday with a hip injury after he was not listed on the practice report on Wednesday. Marcus Epps now in concussion protocol as well. Following practice yesterday, Marcus Epps reported symptoms to the team's medical staff with a concussion. The team confirmed he is now dealing with a concussion. The Eagles have activated rookie tackle Cameron Williams from the injury reserve to the 53-man roster, and the voice of the Commanders, Bram Weinstein, will be joining us around 9:10 to preview Sunday's season finale. The Sixers beat the Mavs last night behind Maxi's near triple-double. He iced the game last night, and here is the call from Tom McGinnis.
It's 1:15 to go. Here comes Maxey. Maxey off the bounce. Maxey into the lane. He'll hang. Fires on Hardy. Bucket. Ball game. Tyrese Maxey with a homecoming to remember here in Big D.
The Sixers are back in action tomorrow night to finish its road trip against the Knicks. Flyers are also back in action tomorrow afternoon on the road in Edmonton. You can listen to both games right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. This update is brought to you by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MADD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MADD-HELP or visit mad.org. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic.
you never have any idea what Week 18 is going to be. Connor and I were just talking about it. You never have any idea what Week 18 is going to give you. And Week 18, it's still meaningful, at least to me. It appears to some people it's not. And I purposely have avoided Connor Thomas this week. Not on purpose, because I never want to avoid the positive golden retriever that is Connor Thomas. But I purposely, because you never have any idea what Week 18 is going to be. Connor and I were just talking about it. You never have any idea what Week 18 is going to give you. And Week 18, it's
Grandpa's Sports Talk Show. This is today's talk show.
Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
As we said, Bram Weinstein will join us. The Commanders play-by-play guy will join us coming up. I didn't go on his show this week down in Washington. I'm not sure that he missed me, though, because every time I'm on, he says, "Why are we friends?" Because I go on and I'm ornery.
Yeah, well.
And I poke fun and I call them the commodes and I make fun of stuff and everything. He's such a class act.
Yeah.
When he's on with us.
I've got a Commanders friend as well from college, and we ask each other that all the time. Why are we friends? It's a rivalry.
That's why we're friends. So I love it, though, for Bram because his literal childhood favorite team, he gets to be the play-by-play guy for. He got to live his childhood dream. I mean, you can't do any better than that. So Bram will join us coming up around 10 minutes past the next hour. And remember that Football Fridays and the Fanatic are brought to you by Norristown, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Drive into great deals at Norristown, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, just like Bill Colarulo did. And you can get the deals at Norristown, Chrysler, Dodge.com. This might be the worst last week of an NFL season that I can ever remember. And, look, it just happened this way. It just came about this way. There was discussions yesterday I saw on one of the debate shows of what can the NFL do to fix the final week of the season. You don't have to fix the final week of the season. You don't. It was just, this really just turned out badly.
Yeah, like Eagles-Commanders is an NFC Championship game rematch. I can understand why they scheduled it this way.
And if the Eagles had won one more game, they would be playing big time and all the starters would be playing.
Absolutely.
If they were one game ahead, they would be one game. They would be sitting there right now with the Bears they'd be ahead of the Bears trying to hold off the Bears because the Bears would have the tiebreaker with them if they could catch up. So they'd have to play the starters to get that 2 seed.
Yeah, you did get 2 win-and-in divisional championship matchups.
It's not terrible.
Which is interesting. But largely, there's a lot that doesn't matter.
Which really, at that point, doesn't matter to you. So there's going to be a lot going on. So watch it all weekend long. And again, Sunday, 1 to 4.
Yep.
You and Ray Dunn with the Birds pregame here on The Fanatic. So remember that. Hey, you're listening to WPN and WPN HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. We're broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibility. You never have any idea what Week 18 is going to be. You never have any idea what Week 18 is going to be. Connor and I were just talking about it. You never have any idea what Week 18 is going to give you. And Week 18, it's still meaningful, at least to me. It appears to some people it's not. And I purposely have avoided Connor Thomas this week. Not on purpose, because I never want to avoid the positive golden retriever that is Connor Thomas. But I purposely avoided Connor and Andrew this week because after Monday, I didn't want to hear what you had to say knowing that I was going to work today. So I did sleep in a lot, and I didn't want to hear what you had to say about Week 18 because I just want to start it like this. One simple statement. This year is nothing like last year. Last year, if you wanted to put your feet up in Week 18, you wanted to rest all the starters, and you wanted to rest Saquon, when, by the way, Saquon Barkley wanted to play in what was a meaningless game. Last year, meaningless game. You had nothing to play for. You couldn't improve your stead in life. I totally got it. This year, I do not. This year's team as a 3 seed is not last year's team. This year's team is not as accomplished. This year's team has not played, I would say, not even 70% as well as last year's team, despite the fact that they're 11-5. So to me, This is nothing like last year. And in my opinion, the decision to just punt on Week 18 for a variety of reasons, to me, does not make sense.
I understand where you're coming from. If I was the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, Jalen Hurts would be playing quarterback on Sunday. But I also understand why they made the decision, because I think the number one issue with this team has been coaching on the offensive side of the ball all year long. Whatever that means to you, whether that's Nick Sirianni, Kevin Patullo, who you want to put that on. But coaching has been deficient on the offensive side. But the 1B thing has been health. The offensive line's been banged up basically since the playoff run last year. And you've had guys in and out of the lineup when it comes to the team in general. And at this point, if you can get to your healthiest point since the bye week, when you followed that up with taking down Green Bay on the road in Lambeau and taking down the Detroit Lions, both at the time teams in playoff position, if you can get to another type of health standing where you're as close to that team as possible, I know the offense didn't look great.
No, the offense looked terrible.
But you were able to win 2 playoff caliber games, one of them on a road in a tough place to play. So I think the benefit of rest over the potential benefit of playing a coin flip game where you need help from Chicago, I would hate to see the moot point game where you try your hardest, you get some guys banged up, and the next thing you know, it doesn't matter.
Mini bye weeks, did they help? Did they help the offensive line? I mean, do you believe that putting out after the big bye week, did it help you to put up 26 points the next 2 weeks?
It did not.
Can someone point to the offense and go, well, the offense really took off from the rest? Rest to me is such a nebulous term.
Mm-hmm.
And last year, when the team had nothing to play for in Week 18, you had team leaders like even Jordan Mailata, even a Saquon Barkley, that wanted to play in a game that meant nothing.
Yeah.
So what about this year? This game means something. I have 3 questions today. And if people could explain to me the answers to 3 questions and could make me believe them, and so Connor and Sean Rodman are going to have it on their shoulders, plus all of our texters at 610-632-0975, and callers, too, who want to check into Nate the Haircut is here early, and we appreciate Nate being here, to get in here and take some calls. If you can answer these questions for me, maybe someone can win me over to that. Because, Connor, you said it. If you were the coach of the Eagles, the starters would play.
Yeah, but I'm also the guy
Till the game was in hand, right?
Yeah, not like if you're up
Right.
20 or whatever in the fourth quarter, they're coming out. But I'm also the guy who said run it up. The 2-point conversion didn't bother me against Washington. I'm a pedal down guy the whole way. So I don't know that it's the most wise decision for a team. Here's what I revert back to when I think about this. If they get the 2 seed and lose a valuable player on offense, and I don't want to jinx it, so I'm not going to pick a name, but
sure,
are their chances better or worse? I think they're worse off as the 2 seed without a valuable player than they would be as the 3 seed, guaranteeing that one of the most healthy teams in football remains that way for the postseason.
Okay, so there we get to one of the questions that I've got for you, but it's not the question. It's just is sort of where I'm asking you. The Eagles last night on SportsCenter, on the early SportsCenter, were listed as the healthiest team going into the playoffs of the 14 teams that are going to be invited. And they even took into consideration the 2 teams we don't know out of Pittsburgh and Baltimore, and the 2 teams we don't know in the AFC. So really, they took 16 teams into consideration. And they asked the ESPN, like, stats and information to look at things, and they thought the Eagles are the healthiest team going into the playoffs. Has it helped? The Eagles are the healthiest team in December. The Eagles are the healthiest team in December. Has it helped?
Record-wise, when you look at the overall course of the season, no, it hasn't helped with the offense, and that's why, to me, coaching is still the number one issue. But I also don't think that we're going to – let's say the starters were playing. I'm past the point where I expect Kevin Patullo and Nick Sirianni to just, Week 18 against the Commanders, eureka. This is how you run an offense. Like, I don't think they were going to learn anything.
All right, here's first question that Connor's going to pose to him. And look, I'm looking at the YouTube cameras. I'm speaking through your radio right now. If you're somebody who's working today and you're driving in, this first question goes to you too. So you can text us at 610-632-0975. You can even call in if you wanted to try to get an answer in. You got to try to convince me. Okay, this team with its full starters playing was losing to the Washington Commanders 2 weeks ago in the third quarter, 5 minutes in. But I keep having people on social media, including 18, and yes, Nerd Boy counted last night, 18 people who responded to me saying how easily the Eagles' backups and Tanner McKee could beat the Commanders. 2 weeks ago, in the third quarter, the Eagles' full complement of rested starters, the healthiest team, was losing to this Commanders team 5 minutes into the third quarter. So why is everyone telling me, oh, Tanner McKee and the Eagles backups can so easily beat the Commanders? Because just 2 weeks ago, the Eagles starters were somehow losing to this team. And by the way, Dan Quinn, he wants to win. He wants to come here and win.
I'm sure he does. I question how much his players do. We're going to talk to Bram, who always joins us.
Bram
when the Eagles play
Weinstein
the
will join us.
And we'll see what the vibe is. But with the coach comments, Dan Quinn, I'm sure, wants this game as much as anything. I don't know how much the players, after losing to the Eagles in Week 16, losing at home on Christmas to the Dallas Cowboys, come into this game at the link and say, hey, we're going to put our best foot forward. I really think this is a mail-it-in game for
You don't
Washington.
think last year's NFC title game resounds with that team when he's going to play his starters?
I think that feels very far away for a team currently sitting at 4 wins. I think it's very hard for them, even with the spite from that matchup, where they can muster up enough. Now, I'm not one of the people saying guaranteed win for the Eagles' backups. I don't think that's an easy task, which is why this is a great conversation. But I do think that this Commanders team is as dead as you can expect any team to be at this point in the year.
I got more logical questions, but I want some answers. I thought Connor did a good job there sort of saying he believes maybe the Commanders are going to pack it in. I think you're going to get a Commanders team that would just love to sort of make some sort of a statement, whatever it is. So I got more questions I believe cannot be answered logically. So I'm going in with that premise. You may shock me. Connor may shock me. And maybe Rodman can too. We need your thoughts to it. 610-632-0975. Questions 2 and 3 are coming your way too. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas enjoying a day of rest before we get rolling next week, as it'll be a postseason week here on Kincade and Salciunas on 97.5 The Fanatic. Week 18 is upon us. And when the NFL came up with the schedule, Connor, they thought, okay, we're going to put the Commanders and the Eagles two of the last 3 games. And we're going to capitalize on last year. Little did they know Jaden Daniels gets injured and all the things that would happen. So it doesn't work out that way. But Bram Weinstein is the voice of the Commanders, and he joins us on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. And Comcast Business gets you ready for what's next. Bram, I don't know that anybody could have expected the season for the Commanders to go like this. Our question to you is, to start conversation today, is how do the Commanders want to finish this season? And how important is it for them to put on a big showing on Sunday?
They want to win. They do. They want to win. They've wanted to win for the last, they've known the season was going to go the wrong way for the last 7-8 weeks. There's just been too many injuries, and they were too thin at certain roster positions, specifically wide receiver, where they could not take the injuries they took, or on the defensive front, where they really could not take the injuries that they took. It just totally neutered their pass rush. So, the season went as it went, but they've tried to stay in the fight, as they like to put it, and they do want to win this weekend, and they're not listening to anyone telling them, lose for draft positioning or anything like that. We don't expect a lot of major change here. GM's not going anywhere. The coach isn't going anywhere. They have a lot of roster decisions to make because, a lot of these players were veterans that, like last year, were on 1-year deals or short-term deals. So they were always going to have to kind of redo the roster no matter what, but they've tried to stay together and play hard. So I don't know who they're playing this weekend, but they're going to try to win, that's for sure.
Now, how much do the comments from Dan Quinn after the Week 16 matchup about if that's how they want to get down, then that's how we'll get down, how much does that still exist in the locker room? Has that fire stayed lit since the Eagles last saw the Commanders?
Not really. I mean, it hasn't been a big talking point, really, but they're not going to forget about it. And I'll gladly talk to you about it if you really want
sure,
to.
Absolutely.
I think it was just kind of a petty thing to do. I think they know that. And, I think the part of it that was, and I'm not surprised by this, but after the game, that the Eagles didn't just own it. Just own what you did. And of course they didn't. And so I think that's why it festered probably just a little bit, that it's just, but it's 2 weeks old. It's a petty thing. It really, losing by, what was it, 11? It was 19 at that point when they went for 2. Losing by 19 or 18, what's the difference? The Eagles won the division on their home field. Wasn't that enough? But I guess it wasn't. And they decided to do a petty thing. I'm
gonna question you on this though. Okay, so just 2 days earlier, you watched Rams Seahawks. Okay?
Yeah.
You saw the Rams blow a 16-point fourth quarter lead with less than 8 minutes to go. So the Eagles wanted to go up by 3 scores to make sure that game was out of the way. I don't understand what the problem was. I really don't.
Do you, John? Do you have your computer open?
Yeah, I do.
Go back to the second Giants game that the Eagles played, and go tell me what the score was with about 11 minutes to go in the fourth quarter when they were up 11 and scored a touchdown, and what they did at that point.
As far as did they go for 2 at that point?
They did not.
Oh, okay.
So there's an actual example of this where they didn't do this. And then secondarily, I'll just say this. The Rams and the Seahawks are playoff teams, right? The Commanders had their third-string quarterback in who didn't start that week. They're missing 8 million people, and there were 4 minutes left in the game, and they had punted on the previous 2 possessions. They were 4th and 5. They didn't go for it. John, they weren't coming back.
Okay, but
you know that. That's why I think ultimately you didn't have to do this, but you did. And the other part that really actually I thought was and if I'm Connor Steen, I'm pissed about it. They incited a fight, which means players are going to lose money. And that's the part I think that was kind of why? Why even do this? Being up 18 versus being up 19 with 4 minutes to go against a team that's got their third-string quarterback in and is missing however many people and aren't even trying to come back. I don't know. Whatever. But again, and because I'm a nerd about it and I was mad 2 weeks ago, I looked it up. And, of course, there was an exact example of them not doing this earlier in the season, an exact example of it.
Now, you talked about them having their third-string quarterback in that didn't start that game at the time. Now, Josh Johnson's going to get his chance this week to try and figure things out better. What are the chances Washington can knock off the Eagles' backups with Josh Johnson at quarterback?
Well, I mean, I think that probably starts with who are the Eagles playing? Like, are they
Hardly anybody.
Are you guys playing all your starters or
Nope.
not?
Nope.
You know, like,
No.
right.
No. So, I
right.
mean, you may see, I still think there's a chance that Devontae Smith is out there to try to get the 1,000 yards. There, like,
what does he need?
40?
Yeah, I think 40-40.
40,
40,
right. Like,
something
we
like
have a
that.
few of these things, too.
I think
Like,
there's a
Von
chance
Miller's
that
gonna
they
play.
keep that alive, you know?
Yeah. Like, we have a few of these things, too. Like, Bobby Wagner can become the third linebacker ever with 2,000 tackles if he gets 5. So he's playing. Like, Von Miller just went into the top 10 sacks all time, could get into number 9 or number 8 with, like, 1 or 2. He's playing. Like, so I think we have a few of those things, and I would imagine Smith may play a little bit, too. But the second he gets it, he's coming out.
Absolutely.
I can't imagine Saquon's playing.
No,
can't
Saquon
imagine
is
Jalen
not.
Hurts is playing.
They're not playing. They are absolutely not
yeah,
playing.
and like, I mean, Jalen Carter looked great last week, but I don't know. Are you going to put him out there
No.
again after I doubt it, right? I doubt it. So, like, could they win? Yeah, sure. I mean, this has a preseason feel to it, doesn't it? I mean, it really does.
Now, the one thing I'm going to say is this, is that Dan Quinn, just to go back to a little bit of Dan, and I know Dan and how he goes about things really well, and I have a ton of respect for him. I was just telling the audience that, in the past hour. But he talked a really big game afterwards, like Billy Big Balls, honestly, after that game, about how tough, we're tough. But the thing is, he didn't coach that way during the game. And that really bothered me because Dan is talking this big game about what they're going to have for the Eagles next time they see them. And he was a guy that was punting down 11 in the fourth quarter at midfield.
Yeah.
I didn't get it. Like, I mean, to me, if you're going to talk the talk, Dan Quinn, walk the walk.
Listen, this goes back to, like, why I didn't think the 2-point conversion thing was necessary, and it was just kind of a petty, like, stick-it-in-your-face thing to do, because it was pretty clear that the Commanders were not trying to come back down 3 scores, that, like, had that happened, it would have taken some crazy events that would have gone their way to make that happen. So, like, I think more than anything, I think just, like, it just felt like something that was unnecessary in the middle of a rivalry. But like I said, it's 2 weeks ago, and, like, frankly, like, no one's talking about it this week. I wasn't sure if there'd
That's
be a
good.
carryover or not, but, like, nobody's brought it up. Nobody's talking about it. It's kind of, it is what it is. Like, we're going to go into the offseason the way we went into the offseason last year without the expectations. But the same question, do the Commanders, whatever they do, free agency in the draft, did they do enough to bridge a gap between them and the Eagles? And last year, like, I didn't think they did. Like, however, off of the season that they had and the way their quarterback had played, I thought it might mask a lot of the deficiencies and the differences between the two. They're not going to have the expectations set on them again. And I'm with you on they were an extremely aggressive team in 2024, and it played in their favor. They were the best fourth down conversion team. They went for more of them than anybody else, including the Eagles, in the NFL. They converted more of them ever. It turned out to be an aberration, comparatively this year. So I'm with you on they also didn't go for broke the same way that they did this year as they did last year, but I think the writing has been on the wall. They were an extremely aggressive team first half of the season, and once the injuries piled up on top of one another, I think there was we kind of know our fate, and that was kind of unfortunate. Like, what's the biggest difference between the Eagles and the Commanders? There's a lot of them, but one of them is this, and it's fair to say this. No one lost more Week 1 starters to injury than the Commanders did in the NFL, and no one lost fewer Week 1 starters to injury in the NFL than the Eagles. And while I'll still tell you, I think the Eagles have a better roster, than the Commanders do, that is a huge difference between the two of them this year.
Now, Bram, I just want to ask, because our questions are postseason questions, and with the
That's because
Eagles,
we're in the postseason.
and John's got to rub that in, of course. But what's the postseason viability looking at your division rival? You saw the Eagles as a Super Bowl team last year, and a lot of people here in Philly don't feel like they have that same juice this year. But heading into the postseason,
Why?
That's what
I'd ask you why you feel that way, because, like, I don't think anybody in the NFL is playing defense as well better than you guys right now. So and you're going to have at least one home game and with a break too. So I'd love to know why. why you guys feel that way.
I don't. I'm bullish on their chances, but I'm not confident because of just the one home game being guaranteed. But the overwhelming opinion here is because of how bad the offense has looked.
Yeah. Well, like you guys asked me a couple weeks ago, what do you think is up with the offense just from an outsider's point of view? And I don't think I gave you a good answer, and I'd love to give that to you now.
Give it to us.
We love it.
We love it when you come on and give the good answers. That's what we really like.
Here's what I see when I watch them, and this is the part I don't understand because of the personnel that they have. Why Philadelphia has so many issues running the ball on early downs is, to me, the biggest curiosity of their team, because it shouldn't be that way. If you guys are in 2nd and 4, the world is your oyster consistently. Like, there's nobody that can stop you. But I've seen it's not just that they're not running the ball effectively. They're getting runs blown up, which to me screams it is obvious which direction they're running the ball, and people are overloading sides against them and using math to their advantage. And this year, as opposed to maybe years past, like, you guys are everybody else when you're in 2nd and long. But I think the biggest curiosity to me is, why do you have so little success running the ball on early downs, specifically with the line you have and the running back that you have and a running quarterback? It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. So that, to me, is the issue with the offense. And I bet if they could have gotten that fixed, which is probably too late, but if you guys started averaging 4 to 5 yards a carry on first down, I think you guys would be, on offense, as unstoppable as you've been in years past.
Bram, we always appreciate it when you join us, and we'll check in with you next summer. And I'm asking, could the Commanders do the same thing they did this offseason? Get old. Get like all the old. Get every old guy you can. Please, every old.
I have a feeling we're going to have a different game plan this year in this offseason.
Bram, have a good offseason, buddy. Happy New Year.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
See you. Bram Weinstein joined us on the Comcast Business Hotline here on Kincade Salciunas.
Interesting stuff on how he views the Eagles. I feel like a lot of folks.
He loves the Eagles.
Yeah,
he thinks that I think he thinks they're going to win the Super Bowl again.
His response to the angst that we have is why?
I believe he thinks it's a coin flip. They're going to win the Super Bowl again.
I'd take those odds.
But once again, when you're right up on something, sometimes you look at it differently, and you're maybe too critical. What did you think about that? You want to react to that? You can at 610-632-0975. You want to send us a text or get a late call in? You can. Also, too, Connor thinks there could be something with seeding that we can learn from the Chiefs about the Eagles' chances. I'm intrigued. We'll have our Bet Parks picks of the week coming up, too. It's Kincade and Salciunas on the Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Couple of injuries before Week 18. Jalen Carter did not practice yesterday with a hip injury after he was not listed on the practice report on Wednesday. Marcus Epps is in concussion protocol after he reported symptoms after practice yesterday. And the Eagles have activated rookie tackle Cameron Williams off the injury reserve to the 53-man roster. The voice of the Commanders, Bram Weinstein, just joined us. In case you missed that, that'll be podcasted on 975thefanatic.com. And the Sixers beat the Mavs last night behind Maxi's near triple-double, although it was Edgecombe with the highlight of the night.
On the run, Hardy. VJ goes up and blocked it. Not with one hand, but with two. VJ Edgecombe, one of the most spectacular defensive plays you'll ever see.
Sixers are back in action tomorrow night to finish up its road trip against the Knicks. Flyers are also back in action tomorrow afternoon on the road in Edmonton. You can listen to both games right here on 97.5 The Fanatic tomorrow. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Jay says, I always love it when Bram Weinstein comes on, but I agree with you, Kincade. I don't know why he's friends with you because you're always mean to him. I don't think I'm mean to him.
You take your shots.
Yes, it's like, look, it's like you pick on your friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
And believe me, he'd take shots too if if they were on top.
But dude, it's so clear when we talk to Bram. Like, he hates the Eagles organization top to bottom. Like,
he grew up a Redskin fan.
Right.
Like, he is a dyed in the wool, and he's one of those. I say this lovingly. He's a homer broadcaster that does his job objectively.
Yeah.
But he is doing his broadcast as a homer broadcaster. But he does his broadcast where he'll give the Eagles their proper credit. He'll give the, type of thing.
But you could hear in that conversation about the 2-point conversion. He was saying he was mad after that, which, like, true fans, people who grew up rooting for the team and now get the opportunity, like, you should be. But to follow up all of that with the hatred for the Philadelphia Eagles from the division rival perspective, and then get asked, okay, so we feel like the Eagles are not as true of a Super Bowl contender as some people may here in Philadelphia. And he says, why?
Okay, I got it better.
He was dumbfounded.
60, no less than 60-40 that they go to the Super Bowl. And if they get there, no less than 65-35 that they would win it.
I mean, that's confidence right there.
He brought, so
maybe we're missing something. Or, well, I should say maybe I'm missing something.
Well, I think these broadcasters, they look at the teams and they go, like, he looks at the Eagles. He has tons of respect. He thinks they're great. He thinks they're a great team. He thinks the Eagles defense, and we talked about it on Monday. And we talked about it on post-show headlines, Andrew and I, the other day. If I said to you, every team remaining that's going to be in the NFC postseason, so you have all 7 teams that are going to be in the NFC postseason. So you got to assume right now, you got to assume either Tampa or Carolina.
Yeah.
Take their offense and take their defense as a separate unit. The best unit in the NFC is the Eagles defense.
Probably. We had this conversation earlier when you were out. There were 2 competing units that we talked about. 3 depending on health.
Okay, who do you think is close?
Seattle's defense has been really good all year.
It has been.
Los Angeles' offense, the Rams' offense, is really good, especially with McVay. Now, the Devontae Adams thing, whether or not he's healthy, we'll see.
Okay.
The other one that I brought up was Chicago's defense. Now, the numbers will
Chicago's defense is terrible, though. It's terrible.
But what are they very good at?
They do take the ball away. But
they take the ball away.
But they're going to give you enough points that the Eagles will win.
In regular season games over the course of 17 games, giving up those points will kill you. But in the postseason, where it's a sprint to the Super Bowl,
okay,
if you can create 3 turnovers, 4 turnovers in a playoff game, you're winning every single time. Now, they're not doing 3 or 4 a game. But my point is that ability to take away may be the most dangerous ability of a unit anywhere in football.
Just saying the Rams offense is what you're saying.
Rams offense, Seattle defense.
Rams offense against the playoff field. They scored 37 at Seattle. So that's damn good.
Yeah.
That's damn good, especially with that Seattle defense. That's really good. They scored 41 against Detroit. Detroit's not in the playoff field, so I shouldn't have counted that one. Against the 2 NFC South teams. They scored 28 losing at Carolina. They scored 34 trouncing Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
So those are 2, but those are 2 impressive showings.
Exactly.
They scored 21 beating Seattle in holding on at home. Mm-hmm. Not great, but not bad. Certainly not bad.
Eagles would take 21 points right now.
They scored 42 in a win at San Fran. They scored 23 in a loss at home to San Fran. Split the middle, like 30 points against San Fran. Yeah. I don't think that's bad at all.
And then what they put up against Philly when they came here?
They had 26?
26.
So what I'm going to just say to you is that your point is not wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a valid point.
What?
Against the playoff field, they've scored 27, 28.
If you did the Eagles' defense against the playoff field, they'd be pretty darn good numbers, too.
But if we look at the teams that are in the playoffs in the NFC, Eagles scored 33 on them. San Francisco scored 26 on them. Seattle scored 21 and 38 on them. Carolina scored 31 on them.
Yeah, it's just a different brand of football.
they're going to have to win a shootout. And I don't believe the Eagles are giving up. I don't believe the Eagles are giving. I think if the Eagles score 24 in any postseason game, they're going to win in the NFC.
I agree with you.
So
the
24.
question is, can they get to that 24?
Yes.
And could they do that against the Seattle, against the Chicago?
I think they can against Chicago. I don't know that they can against Seattle at Seattle.
There's a lot up in the air. But apparently folks outside of Philadelphia have some strong belief in the Eagles overall. We played a clip from Dominique Foxworth.
Oh, sure.
From
He's a bright
ESPN
guy.
earlier.
He's a bright
and
guy.
he was saying the team that I have the most faith in is Philadelphia because of the kind of been there, done that.
Right.
And there's no strong team in the NFC with the Rams lost to the Falcons. So we'll see. They're in as good a spot as anybody.
What can we learn from the Chiefs in seeding? I was very, very interested in this, and I purposely did not talk to you about it.
I think one of the big pitfalls of the way we've evaluated this Eagles team in 2025 has been the bar that was set in 2024. People saw what that felt like to win the Super Bowl that year. And if you go back to 17-18 for the Eagles, there was no bar set at all because that's never happening again. That was a miracle run.
It was craziness.
Yeah, like you can't say that's the blueprint. Your MVP caliber quarterback gets hurt and Nick Foles turns into like a deity.
Correct.
So our true bar for what a Super Bowl winning team in Philadelphia looks like is what the Eagles did last year. But the Chiefs, I'm just going back to 18-19 when they first burst on the scene with their own quote-unquote dynasty, and it turned into one. They were the 1 seed in 2018, 2 seed in 2019, 1 seed in 2020, 2 seed in 2021, 1 seed in 2022, 3 seed in 2023, and the 1 seed again in 2024.
And they beat us as a 3 seed.
So they were alternate. Every other year they were the 1 seed. But going to the AFC Championship game, going to the Super Bowl, all of this stuff, they did it from the 1 seed, they did it from the 2 seed, they did it to the 3 seed. And I think there's this thought that you have to consistently be the best team in your conference to set up the best path. They're the ultimate indicator of you can do it a bunch of different ways. Back-to-back years are never going to look the same, and the quality of team is going to win out at the playoff level if you truly are a team that's deserving of that dynastic type of run.
If someone says to you, well, they got Patrick Mahomes, I'm going to say, well, Jalen Hurts has beaten Patrick Mahomes 3 times in a row.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you that the Eagles have a better defense right now than any of those Chiefs teams that ever won.
No questions asked.
And they have more talent on the offensive side of the ball than most of those Chiefs teams that I went through right there. And Kansas City, I'm sure, the year they were the 3 seed, or those years that they were the 2 seed, they looked at it as maybe a step-back season from the 1 seed years. But that team proved that if you get in, and it's not like, hey, they were the 7 seed and made a run, but if you're in that top 3, you still got to look at this thing.
You know what they also did, Connor, which plays to your point, is the Kansas City Chiefs went from, in 2022, when they, 2021, when they won the Super Bowl, they had the second best defense. 2022, when they won the Super Bowl against us, they were the 15th best defense.
Yeah.
Their defense took a huge step back.
Right.
Oh, no, it was opposite. It was opposite.
Yeah, they
defense
jumped.
took a step up.
Yeah.
They went from 15th to 2nd.
Exactly.
So they flip-flopped. They got carried by their defense.
Yeah, for anyone who sees, when you look back on dynasties, Kansas City, New England, and you say, this is how they did it, there is no one way they did it. And I think a lot of people get caught up with the one way they expect the Eagles to win after last year. Just because it looks different doesn't mean it can't be done.
How do we predict a game when you don't know who's playing in it? Well, stay tuned. Plus, we have our Bet Parks picks of the week. Did I clinch the championship yet? Well, I'm getting close. Middays with Marks is in the bullpen. They are brainstorming a great show for you, too. They're coming up at the top of the hour. It's Kincade Salciunas on the Fanatic.
Whether you're
Parks is coming up with our friends from Bet Parks. And I'm getting close to clinching. Connor, you really need a week. You need a week because
I
you
really need a month.
But you are 9 back from being eliminated. You're 9 back of me, so I can potentially eliminate you. Andrew's 7 back. So it's getting close to being where we're getting towards elimination because there's going to be 4 picks this week, 4 picks next week, 4 picks the next week. So we have 12 that you can make up, but you got to start. But the same games are in play.
Okay, I'll turn it on right now.
All right, let's see what we can do. Let's get to our Bet Parks. Thanks to Bet Parks, our picks of the week. All right, here's the numbers for you. Connor is currently in the caboose at 32 and 36 at 47% against the spread. Andrew Salciunas has won 3 of the past 4 weeks, and he's gotten himself to 50%, back at 500 at 34 and 34. I'm in first place, but I've been treading water for around a month. I'm at 41 and 27 at 60% against the spread on the season. So, but Andrew gets first choice for the week, so I have his picks for you here. Andrew has chosen the Eagles -3.5 versus the Commanders. He will take the Panthers +3 at Tampa tomorrow. He then goes the Bills -7 on Sunday in the last game ever, played at Rich Stadium or whatever they call it. And then he has the Steelers on Sunday night versus the Ravens. The Steelers +3.5.
Now that pick is a crock of you-know-what, because he's hedging his bet right there. Taking the Steelers in the game where he needs the Ravens to win.
He does.
And he's going to say, the Steelers could cover but not win. That's him trying to cover his ass when he has to wear the propeller hat.
Well, the propeller hat will be Monday if the Steelers do manage to go to the playoffs. All right, Connor, you could go next. Why don't you go next? Because I know you have a little overlap with and I know that you and I have no overlaps.
No, we do not. But I do have a couple with Andrew here. I'm going to take the Steelers +3.5 like I just gave him crap for.
Now, do you feel the Steelers are winning the game?
I do.
So you do?
Yeah, I would like the Steelers outright in that game, but I will take the 3.5
Why
that
not?
they're given to me.
So you want the win?
I'm also taking the Bills -7 versus the New York Jets.
Okay.
Why is that line 7? Shouldn't it be 70? Like, the Jets are terrible.
Because if the Bills are locked into the 7 seed, I think people are afraid that maybe they pull Josh Allen or something.
Listen, they could pull Josh Allen. They'll still beat the Jets by over a touchdown. And I'm taking the Bucs -3 versus those Panthers, so directly
you're different
against
than Andrew there.
Salciunas. Tampa, that line is telling me something.
That's a weird line.
They should not be 3-point favorites in that game. I think the Panthers are the better team. That's a Vegas play. The last one I'm taking, I hate this pick. Do not take this pick. I think it's stupid. Texans -10.5 versus the Colts down in Houston. The reason I don't know if I love this is because the Colts have kind of been somewhat competitive with Phillip Rivers,
who is
like
our
70
Colts.
years old.
You are our team.
And now going to Riley Leonard, the thought would be, their third-string guy can't keep them anywhere in this game. But they were kind of doing it with Phillip Rivers. Nonetheless, I will take the Texans -10.5, who are still playing for a little something in Week 18.
All right, I am. I will tell you this: at 41 and 27, I'm looking to put these guys away here. I'm going to that Texans game as one of my picks, but because of Riley Leonard and because of the Texans' defense, I am taking the under in the Texans game versus the Colts. I will go under 38.5. The under 38.5 in the Texans game.
All right,
I'll take that. I will go to the Steelers and the Ravens also. And I'm going to go under Steelers-Ravens under 40.5 in that one on Sunday night. Because of the fact that most Steeler-Raven games are so ugly to watch. And I think that sometimes you'll turn them on. It's like, it's 16-13. It's 19-17.
Yeah.
It's some terrible score. So I'm going to bet that that's going to be an ugly game. I'm going under 40.5 in that one. I will take the over in the Bears game and the Lions game. The Bears offense has been good. The Bears defense has not. And you say Dan Campbell with nothing to play for? Well, so they're going to be just rolling the dice.
Yep.
And the Lions offense has something to prove after the way they played against Minnesota. I'm going over 50.5 in the Bears-Lions game. And finally, in the last game ever played in Buffalo, in their stadium, I will take the Bills over 37.5 and the Jets, because I think the Jets suck. And I think that the Bills also might start to pull some defensive starters, and the Jets may be able to get some quality points there. So I've gone 4 over-under games for my 4 picks for the week, because that is the advice that I was given by my buddy out in Vegas, that the sharp money this week, the sharps have been coming in on over-unders this week.
Oh, so you're outsourcing this.
Well, no, I didn't pick the game, not the games, but that's what they've been doing, is staying away from the point spreads because they're not knowing who's in. That's why not a lot of props this week.
Yeah, honestly, it's such a tough week. Now, I have one pick that I'd love Sean's thoughts on.
Sean, Sean, what do you got?
Well, in that Chicago-Detroit game.
Yes.
Over, under 3.5 players throw a pass.
Under.
If you said 2.5, I would have said over, but I'm going.
Yeah,
going
if you said over,
you don't
under.
think we get some wild stuff from both Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell in that game?
If you said 2.5, I'd go like Sean. I'd say over, but I'm not going over.
Little reverse pass and then maybe a fake kick or something. I don't know. That game's gonna get screwy real fast. It'll be fun.
Rod Mania, you're not in the season competition, but you got anything for the people?
I do. I agree with you or with some of the picks earlier. Steelers plus 3.5 over the Ravens. I like them over the Ravens. I just think Lamar's a little banged up. Not a huge fan of the Ravens defense this year either. I like the Broncos minus 12.5 over the Chargers, with the Chargers resting most of its starters. I know it's a big line, but Broncos still have a seeding to play for. And I also have the Saints plus 3.5 because I quite frankly don't believe in the Falcons. And Tyler Shook, I guess he's the second best betting odds for Rookie of the Year. So I guess that kind of says something. I do have one prop as well, and it plays to one that I kind of left out earlier in headlines.
Okay.
Darnold needs 3 passing touchdowns to get an incentive. His over-under is 1.5. I'm going Darnold over 1.5 passing.
And he should be able to get that against San Fran.
Yeah, he should be.
There you go. Good job, Rod Mania.
All right.
There we go. So there was all right, we got to get to the game, though, for the Birds. How do you predict a game that we don't even know who's playing?
Bro, I have no idea what's going to happen on Sunday.
Like, I mean, seriously, how do you even predict it is the problem.
Now, here's the fun thing. None of us have gotten one exactly right all year.
No.
So, hey,
no,
we can't do it anyways.
Is it? Look, I think this is going to be ugly, and I don't think it's going to be high scoring. I'm going to say this game ends up like 2013.
Okay.
Something like that.
20-13. That would be a miserable Week 18 game with the backups.
Yeah, miserable.
I just
You think it's going to be more entertaining?
I get the feeling it's going to open up a little bit. I'm going to go like 28-21.
Ooh.
Eagles win this game.
What do you got, Rod Mania?
I'm going with the Birds. I don't feel confident that they're even going to cover. I know it's 4.5, but I'm going right now Birds 20-17.
Okay. Yeah, so we're all in the same sort of boat.
Yeah.
I do. The same boat there.
I do just think at some point, the second half, the Commanders are going to be a lot more likely to lay down. Even though Bram talked to us and was like, they want to win this game, that also goes out the window in the second half if you're down.
If it's 14-0 in the first quarter,
yeah, it's like
that could go sideways.
Rapid.
But if it's 14-0 and Dan Quinn's ahead, it could go the other way.
It certainly could. I mean, this is going to be – is there anything – we haven't really touched this part of it because there will be some guys playing – there are only so many elevations you get. There are only so many guys on the roster.
Sure.
Is there anything we could actually learn that could affect the postseason from what the Eagles do on Sunday?
No.
Or is this a completely just blanket out game?
Well, let me think. I've been very shaky with the kick return game.
Okay.
The punt return game and the kick return.
I'd imagine Britton Covey's still out there.
I would imagine. Could that make me feel better? I don't know.
I'll tell you who I'm going to be watching very closely. If they play him, I don't know that they will, but I imagine Tank Bigsby's going to get some major opportunity.
Boy, I'd put him on the shelf.
Would you?
Yeah.
But then it's just what? Will Shipley and A.J. Dillon get it?
Yes, I'm fine with that. That's enough for me. That's enough for me.
If Tank plays, because I don't know what they're going to do there.
I honestly wouldn't have him play.
I would be very interested in how much they use him and what they do with him to see how they could balance, because they haven't utilized him enough to balance.
I can't have anything happen to Tank Bigsby if I'm worried about, if I'm the Eagles and I'm worried about injury.
Yeah.
He's one of the biggest guys that I can't have anything happen to. Because if Saquon was to get injured, you're screwed.
Yeah. Anything with, like, the edge? Because there's not a lot of guys that are depth at edge that you don't play.
Who's the backup quarterback on Sunday?
Back
I mean,
for Tanner?
No, for Tanner. I mean, think about this.
Sam Howell.
Sam Howell revenge game?
Guess what? I want to see Sam Howell a lot. I want to see Tanner put up a couple drives, and I want to see Tanner out. I'm not kidding you. Because what if something happened to in a play?
This is interesting because you're Mr. They shouldn't rest guys.
No, but if they're telling me.
If they're going to do it, they might as well do it.
Yeah, if they're telling me that they're that worried about injury, why would you risk the two biggest backups that you should worry about? The two biggest guys you should worry about are Tank Bigsby and be worried about, you're worried about Tanner McKee.
Yeah. It's a fair point by you.
Tanner McKee and Tank Bigsby should be the two biggest backups you're worried about. There's no other argument to be made. Because if those guys aren't ready to step in and play at a more than adequate level, you have no shot to win in the postseason.
Yeah, now I'll go back to the Andrew Salciunas line of if Tanner McKee's in the game, you're losing anyway, when you guys talked about the Justin Fields thing.
I don't necessarily believe that. Now, go to a Super Bowl? Yes.
Yeah, sure. Let's just say that.
Win a playoff game? I don't agree with that at all.
But we'll see. Hey, the number one thing, I don't care if you win. I don't care if you lose. I don't care how it looks. Get everybody out of there healthy,
right.
Whoever does have to play.
I'm going to give you a lot of credit, though, Connor and Rodman and the listening audience. You at least made me think, and you at least made me consider. I didn't move off my opinion that I think it's a very weak approach from the Eagles this weekend, but you at least made me consider that there are some prudent decisions that they made. So at least you did that.
That's all we need to do is make you think, Johnny. That's the idea. No one's got to win, but we just have to have fun conversation.
So, I mean, yeah, that's where it is.
How many days off do you have next week? Are you taking the whole week again?
No, there's no week off. I don't get to think at all. So now it's all about, look, next week is postseason week. So, and remember, tomorrow, we're going to find out tomorrow night a lot of things. If San Francisco wins, it's the Rams. It's guaranteed to be the Rams, unless something crazy happens. Everybody who's an anti-Dan Campbell man, and I want today. Oh, we won't hear from Bill Colarulo today.
No, they're all.
But I got to tell you, I want every anti-Dan Campbell person to be the biggest Dan Campbell fan because he could do us a big favor.
Yeah,
I really think the 2 seed might, like right now. I keep telling him where do I put it? I think the Eagles have a 30% chance to go to the Super Bowl. To go to the Super Bowl.
How much better does that get if they get the 2 seed?
2 seed? I'm going to put them at 45.
Okay. I was thinking you might go even 50-50.
45-50. Maybe. You know what? I'll even go 50-50.
Here's what I'll say, because I'm such a vibes guy. If we come in here Monday morning and the Philadelphia Eagles, with their backups playing against the Commanders, are somehow the 2 seed, they find a way to knock off Washington,
right.
Chicago loses to Detroit, I think a lot of the people that had all the angst this year, I think that's where it flips.
Okay, will you come in Monday and say they have a chance to go to the Super Bowl and change your opinion?
I guess you'll have to tune in and find out.
I guess so. Will Salciunas?
Nah, he's
just so dug in.
Yeah.
He's so dug in on this.
Hey, listen, that's why he's a good foxhole guy. He gets in his trenches. He doesn't move.
He is so dug in on this. I mean, it's unbelievable. By the way, I had at least 4 people during the Christmas holidays going, come on. Not a chance. Come on. It can't be 0. But we'll see. Hey, Rodman, great job, man. Hey, Nate, the haircut was awesome. Absolutely awesome. We appreciate him getting up early with us. Connor, great job, man.
Thank you.
Great
and
job.
Everybody, you got to remember to support life-saving cancer research. Join me and our generous partners, Davis CPA Group, in making a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research today at 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR. Cancer research saves lives. Johnny, you got another year because of it, man.
I think it did. It saved my life. It really did. Hey, Middays with Mark comes your way next. Have a great day, everybody.